Hello, y'all. Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
Hey y'all, let me get the lighting right for y'all. There we go.
Nope.
There we go.
Hey, Miss Brown. Hey, Barbara. Hey, Ray Ray. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get my other device set up. Hope everyone had a great weekend because I did. And y'all know on Saturday, sometime I normally drop videos, but I wanted my mind to rest a little bit because it's a lot covering big topics like this, and sometimes your mind just need that break. So I needed my mind to rest a little bit. So that's why I didn't do a video Saturday. But I hope everyone had a great weekend. Okay, let's see. I don't know why this thing taking so long to load. Okay. Hey Latte. Hey Miss Brown. Hey everyone. Hit the like button. Hey Shay Shay. Hello, 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 everyone coming in. Yes, y'all. I seen all the release of the videos. I don't know about them videos sometimes. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe at this point. 1878. Hey, sweetie, how are you? I watched a couple of people lives over the weekend. I went back and watched a couple of replays. Ooh, but they released them videos because it was too much pressure on them, honey. They didn't like all that pressure, honey. They said, "Let me release this shit and shut them the fuck up so they can see what they gotta see and let it be it." No. But one thing I do want to say, y'all, I want to say I don't let people have their own opinion on how they feel about this case. Okay. And I say this with every case that I cover because everybody is not going to have the same opinion, meaning as content creators. Everybody do their content different. You know what I'm saying? So I respect every content creator that's covering the story. Let them have their own opinion. Now, me, that don't mean I have to be in your chat or listen to your commentary. If I feel that you say things that I don't like, I move on. You know what I'm saying? I don't bash the person or whatever. And I always say this, and Lante know that because she been with me for so many years. She know how I roll. I don't do that. Um, Let a content creator say what they say. If y'all don't like their commentary, just move on. Don't even be in the chat. Don't go to each other people's chats. Oh, this content creator said, don't do that, y'all, because I feel if you do that, that bring a division with content creators. So let's try to stay on task because I don't like all that stuff in my platform and even in my chat. Like all that gossip and stuff, I don't like all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So Lante already knows she been with me forever. This not my first story. She been with me that I covered. She know I don't do the drama. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm just asking y'all, if y'all go into another content creator live, if y'all hear things that they're saying, just leave. You know what I'm saying? Just leave. That's it. Because that's what I do. I don't stick around because it doesn't it doesn't do nothing for me, right? You know, but because I don't like to play people against people. I don't like that. I just feel like if I don't like that commentary, I move on. That's just me. I always been like that. Shay Shay know that too. She been with me for a long time too. I'm like that. I move on. I don't do all the controversy and all that stuff like that, right? So that's what I do. You know, that's just me. Like, you got to be strong sometime when it comes to these big stories, because it can cause a very big division. It can cause a big division. Shay know what I'm talking about. She been with me for a long time. Who wasn't here been with me for so long? Ray, no, not Ray. Latte. You know, hey Florida girl, what's going on, my love? Miss D, I know you don't like it, but I got to say, oh, don't put his name in my chat. I don't like him. I got to delete your comment. This is just what I'm talking about. I don't. Yeah. Oh Lord. Mm-mm. This is why I'm having this conversation right now. This is why I'm having this conversation. If y'all don't like them, like a content creator, don't even go in their chat. Period. Like um yeah, I avoid the mess. I don't do the mess. I just do my commentary over here. If y'all know I fucks with um 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 no cap. I fucks with him hard. I love his commentary. He's straight up. You know what I'm saying? I really likes him a lot. I think he's very respectable. I think he do it in a respectable way. I think he holds a good panel. I like Lakeisha. I think she holds a very good panel. I like how she do her stuff. But I just don't like all that drama. I don't do the drama stuff. And I did it. What's going on, my love?
Hey, Miss D, how are you?
I'm doing good, baby. I love you and miss you so much.
I love you too. I love you too. I miss y'all. I miss everything too, but life be
I
life
know
and
life be life, and baby, and I
yeah.
know you got your little stuff going on with your real estate and all that. You doing good for yourself, but I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I try to tap in as much as I can with your stuff. And I love the way you keep it drama free and facts only. So
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I've been talking to you behind the scenes. And I want you to introduce yourself to the chat. What you do, what kind of job you do, and everything. Because a lot of these people don't know you; they're new, to my platform and stuff. I don't have the same supporters anymore, and I want you to
okay.
come up and give your opinion and your perspective how you've been seeing this case.
Okay, well, I mean, I recognize some people, but not a lot. But I'm Miss Sean. My channel is Crime Lab Dissecting Justice. I was a consistent content creator, maybe a couple of months ago, but I kind of got away from it when it got crazy and but also, I am a full-time real estate agent. I also do have a master's in legal studies, so I do dibble and dab in law a lot, and I also help people behind the scenes. Not as much anymore because real estate is like really kicking off, but I do participate in advocating or you know um, speaking about certain cases that require certain type of attention.
Mhm.
But this Carmelo Anthony story has really definitely caught my attention. Not as much as I thought it would, but it definitely did. Because I seen too many issues. It was too many issues going on with that case, especially this past Friday when they dropped that video. Which well, I'll let you get into it, but that's what I do. So I don't do a lot of lives anymore. I do drop a lot of video. I do a lot of updates and commentary. I don't know if anybody know about True Speaks with Callie. I do a lot of updates on his channel. We go live like maybe every Sunday, and we talk about the Carmelo Anthony story, about that. So, but that's mainly all I do as far as YouTube anymore. But I do drop a lot of update videos, and I do drop a lot of updates on my community board.
Right. So to tell us how you feel about the videos, how do you feel about the courts with the judge, the prosecutor? How did you feel about all of that?
Well, I'm gonna tell you. But first, let me make this very clear. This is not about race to me. It never has been about race to me. I feel like it was made into race. I don't think the action itself was about race. I just don't. I just think about it was about more so ego and pride, and it was just a case of bullying, and it was a case of a young man unfortunately had to take extreme circumstances to defend himself. Now, is that justifiable? You know, who knows what's justifiable until you're in that person's position and you don't feel you may not y- you don't know what you're going to do until you're put in that position. And I always tell people, if you are a grown adult, think like a 17-year-old would at that time. Stop thinking like you are your age. Like we've got a lot of 30s, 40s, 50s, 60 people in that age range, and they're thinking in that age range and what they would do at that time. But you need to put yourself in that position as a 17-year-old person who's scared, who's frantic, and may not make the best choice. So that's what I feel about that. I feel like Carmelo Anthony did not get a fair trial at all. He had inadequate assistance of counseling. They did not present evidence properly. They did not do a good job in defending him. I feel like the prosecution side, well, first of all, I feel like the judge should have recused himself for various reasons. I feel like the DA should have recused himself. I don't feel like they should have been trying that case. And you know, right now it has blown up into a racist situation, and the whole perspective about what this case is about has been lost completely into black and white. And that's not what it's about. It's not about race, but it's been made into a race issue.
That's
So,
right. It has.
but I do feel that Carmelo Anthony will get an appeal. I do feel like 100% strong, 100%. Now, you know, appeals, only 10% of appeals are usually overturned or whatever, but you know, your circumstances has to be high. Your circumstances have to be to a certain level. And I feel that he's met those requirements for it to happen. I mean, it's just too many. The jurors, the Batten challenge, the dismissing the 3 black jurors when there was 1 white juror with the same type of occupation on there that you kept on there. You can't even justify that. So overall, I feel like, again, he was not given a fair trial. He was not given a chance to present his evidence. He should have took the stand. His counsel did not present sufficient evidence on his behalf. He did not put up expert witnesses, child psychologists, DNA, didn't do any of that on his behalf. So no, he didn't get a fair trial. And I don't think the judge should have been on that case for various reasons.
Facts. Now, when we talked last week over the weekend, what do you feel about that video where he was under the tent? How do you feel about that video? Because I felt some type of way about that video.
Well, first of all, understand this. The governor, let me say this. A lot of people was crying about that video coming out, right? So let me tell you how the government works, or should I say Texas, the Texas justice system. They put the governor, I want to say the U.S. attorney, the Attorney General of Texas, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so twisted. It's
Open
Monday,
books
y'all.
said
So
hi, Miss
forgive me.
Sean.
The Attorney General of Texas, he sealed that. He sealed it about 2 weeks ago. So why all of a sudden do you think that they would all of a sudden release it on Juneteenth? Don't you think that they went through all of that to seal it? Now all of a sudden they're releasing it. The reason, in my opinion, and I'm going to say, you guys, this is my opinion and my opinion only. They only released that because there was so much noise about it. And they said, well, we're going to release what we want to release to shut their mouth.
Yes.
But they don't think that people have some people will accept it and go on. But then there are other people who will dissect that video down to where you're going to find out the truth. But if you just accept what's on the surface, you're going to go along with it. Oh yeah, he made a mistake and blah, blah, blah. That video first came out on Friday. It looks very cut and dry, doesn't it? You got people standing there. Oh yeah, poke, stab, run. It was not like that. It was nowhere not like that. They edited that video so bad. It was
Ooh, ooh.
crazy. I do a lot of editing, a lot of editing. I do editing on my real estate videos. I do editing a lot. And I know editing when I see it. So there was a lot of as far as the video, if y'all know a surveillance camera, if you have cameras on your house, like I have cameras on my house, but I have several cameras on my house. My cameras do not move. My cameras are angled in one direction to catch one area of my house. Then I have another camera to catch another area of my house. The cameras are not going to move. They're not going to move. So what they had the expert video person do was to take it and make it move to follow Carmelo Anthony. If you notice how they highlighted
Mm.
Carmelo Anthony coming up out of that tent, right? They didn't highlight him in the tent. Why not highlight him in the tent? Why he's in there? You highlighted him coming up to the tent. You highlighted him coming off the tent. You highlighted him running around looking for whatever. You kept the spotlight on him. Why not highlight him in the tent while it's happening? Why not do that? You want to know why? In my opinion, because they wanted you to come up with the perception that everybody came up with. It was a poke, stab, and run. It was 4 minutes. It was not like that. It was nowhere near like that. They edited it. And also the arrest video. Y'all pay attention to the arrest video. The conversation that Carmelo Anthony is having. If your ear ain't hustling to that right to that screen, if you're not putting it up, you're not going to be able to hear everything that's said, and everybody's going to interpret it how they want to. If you really care about the video, take time. Don't just rush through it. Take time and listen to it. Take time and study it, and you're going to find out the truth. You're going to find out the answers, and you're going to find out in that video Carmelo Anthony did in fact get jumped. He absolutely 100% did. And I gasped when I seen it after the 10th time. I had to watch that video 10 times to really figure it out. So it's not just a 1 or 2 time deal. You got to really watch that video.
So Sean, let me ask you this. You okay, like under the because I wanted to ask you, your perspective on this part. Now, when I kept looking at the video, I'm looking at what you looking at, right? But I would want to know, like, why was that tent under there? It's like everybody had on black. Except for Carmelo. Carmelo is the only one stood out with that gray hoodie. Did they change the color in that video? What happened with the color under that tent?
Well, okay, so it's a distortion. Okay, so basically you're not going to get a lot of, unless you have bright colors in a video, you're not going to get the colors, the exact color.
Okay.
You're either going to have a person that's in dark. Let's say if I have on blue, it's going to come out in the video is just a dark color. It's not going to like pinpoint the exact color. So
Okay.
the people that you've seen in that video, if y'all seen Austin and all his what they call them goons. I don't want to call them goons, but his friends walking up, you will see that Austin had on red shorts. He had on a black shirt. Hunter had on, I believe, maybe a colored pair of pants, but the majority of them were wearing dark clothing. So when you get the video that far away, it's going to come off as just dark clothing.
Gotcha.
Now, what people missed in that video was the 3 people that was standing up was not Carmelo. Carmelo had on a light gray. He had on a gray hoodie. You did not see gray or a light color nowhere in front of those 3 boys. So that's how you know he was surrounded. If you look at where he jumped up through, that's when you're going to see him coming in between. If you've seen where there was a shove, there was a push, that was Carmelo's memento when Austin had reached down and hit him or pushed him. When he fell back, it pushed the boy to the right, and it looked like that was Carmelo being hit, but it wasn't. It was the other boy that was also participating in it, because Carmelo came from up underneath them and shot up through. But you got to pay attention in order to see that. So that's how you know. That's why they did the angle back for so far, so you wouldn't catch that.
Got you. Wow. Man, they knew what they was doing, huh? They
Yes.
they edited everything before they released it. That
Yes. Carmelo was sitting down the whole time. He never stood up, not once. Never. He never stood up. He was sitting down the entire time. So that's why, when people was like, "Oh, there's Carmelo. See how he hit and punched?" That was not Carmelo. That was another dude. And actually, I think it was Eddie. Because if y'all also go back, and I'm just giving y'all some visionary. So when you watch the video again, you'll see what I'm saying. So if y'all see the boy to the right that you thought was Carmelo, watch when Carmelo run out of the tent, then you'll see that same boy to the right run after him. The one you thought was Carmelo, you're going to see him run after Carmelo, stop, and then come back down. And I was like blown away when I seen it. I was like, oh my God.
I did see
Like,
that part, but I didn't know.
go back
It
now
was Eddie.
and
Okay.
yeah, go back now and you're going to look at it differently. And then you're going to see it's going to be very clear to you. So, yeah, it was very much edited. It was very much edited. It had different timestamps on his arrest video, but sometimes that does happen. But in this particular case, you got to question it because it's just the whole case is kind of jacked up. So everything is going to be at question at this point.
Right, absolutely. And then when I seen the front of, did you see the clear pictures in the front of that school? The clear pictures, it was in color.
Yes.
And I'm like, why is this in color? And then did you see the clear picture when they was coming in the gate?
Yes.
Clear,
that's
right?
what you call a 4X video. That means it's very up close. So that is the video that the other witnesses seen. See, they didn't release the 4-time video. They didn't release that. They released the one that was far back. So you see what I'm saying? So if they would, the video that the actual witnesses seen was that far up close. So that's why they were able to see everything so clearly. And we're just having to figure it out. You see what I'm saying? So release that. Release that one. Like release that part of the actual incident. Release it in the same context that you released in front of that school in.
And why do you think they have not? They're not going to release. Because I heard that no one can get the autopsy report.
You know what? I do not. Now that one I do not know, but I do know that the appellate attorneys will be able to obtain all of that. And by law, they have to release it. So I believe once they get a hold of it, we will be able to see it. And but I'm going to say what I say to everybody. Be very, very careful of when you go on certain pages and you see an autopsy report or whatever. It may or may not be true, but it's hard to tell what is factual, what is true, what is not. I encourage you, if it's not an attorney or if it's not a valid news, Fox, no, absolutely, I would not listen to them because they're just going to distort a lie in a second. But any type of news outlet, I would recommend CBS Texas, JD Miles. He's very accurate. I would recommend him to go look at. But any type of attorney that's speaking on the case, I would recommend. That's where your accurate information is going to come out. That's where just be very careful.
That's what I do. I go to people like that because I don't want to put out nothing fake on my platform, nothing at all, because that can mess up your accountability and stuff like that. So I don't want to do that, and I know you into that. So sometimes I send you stuff, be like, what is this? Or I send book. Like open book. What open book? Like no D, that I think that's fake. I go to people that I can get comments. I don't want to go to somebody. Yeah, I think that's real. Then my credibility is shot. You feel me?
Exactly.
So, yeah, I don't want stuff like that. But I kind of figured that was fake. I kind of figured that was not real, because that's going to be real, and they already said that they shut it down so no one couldn't get it.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You just got to be careful. And like I said, I'm not saying that video is the video, but what they did was edit it. And there is an original one. There is an original, clear original one that is there out there. It's very clear, and it is the original. What I will tell you the difference between the one that's not real. If you see the camera moving, a surveillance camera does not do that. Okay. It does not do that. It's going to go one angle. So if you see it moving, that's the one that's edited. That's the exact one that's edited. And again, the expert witness video person said in the actual trial that he was told to just focus on Carmelo. Now, this is the prosecution's witness,
I heard
expert
that.
witness. You heard that?
Yep, I heard that.
Yes.
Yes.
He was told to focus on Carmelo only and highlight Carmelo only. And I believe he was asked by the defense attorney, why didn't he highlight him or highlight everybody that was in the tent? That way you'll know who is doing what. And he said, because he didn't think he was going to be accurate. Yeah, okay, go figure. Yeah, but you're going to be accurate on Carmelo. Okay. Yeah, what a
Facts.
coincidence. So
And
I
then
just
you
call
know what
BS.
too, Miss Sean. Now it's a lot of people saying like I said, like I try to talk to people I know and give me good advice for my platform. You feel me? You know,
Mhm.
because I don't want to put out nothing that's not real. You know, me and Open Book, we talk. And Open Book said hi. She in the chat too.
Oh, hey, Open Book.
You know, so I make sure, you know, I be like, you know, what's this Open Book, whatever, you know, because I'm not, you know, like into the paperwork thing. You know what I'm saying? Open Book is
Right.
deep into the paperwork. You deep into the paperwork. I'm not deep into
Mhm.
the paperwork. So if I see something, I will send it to Open Book or you what this means, what y'all feel about it, because I don't want to put things out there. Now I know a lot of people saying that the people that went to the place to see this video last year, they are saying that these people is lying. I don't feel these people is lying. I would never get on my platform and say these people is lying because these people went to actually see this video. So people can't get upset with the people that actually seen this video and saying that's not what they seen. What do you say?
You talking about the witnesses okay, you're talking about the witnesses that came out and said he was jumped. That's the ones you're talking about?
Yeah, and the ones that went to sign off to see it, they saying what they putting out now is not what they seen when they went to the place. But I
That's
guess
it.
there's some people upset with them saying, well, that's the whole video. But why would these people lie?
Okay, so whether you're talking about the ones that went to ISD in Frisco to view the
Yes.
exact video at the school. Okay, so what they're saying is just what I said. They got the 4X version. They seen it very clear. They were able to pinpoint Carmelo in the tent, Austin in the tent, Hunter in the tent, everybody. See, we're getting the distorted video. That's why they're saying this is not the video. They're saying there is a clear cut up close video where you can see everything clearly. So no, they're not lying because everybody thought they were lying about being jumped. And I'm not going to lie. Even I said, listen, there is no evidence of that. I don't see it until there is. I'm not going to vouch for it. But when this video came out, even, when it first came out, I was like, I don't see him getting jumped. I don't see it. And this is to the quick eye. This is just glancing, looking at it just real quick. But again, they don't think people are going to go back and just dissect it, really look at it. And when you do and you figure out who is who, it's going to be like boom. It's going to hit you in the face like, oh my gosh. So they are not lying. They are not lying. What they described is exactly what happened. But the reason why they're being called liars is because people refuse to go and dissect the video and look at it completely because it takes too much time. It's too far away. But they didn't have to dissect the video. They were able to see it from an up close range. And we're not getting that video from them. They're not releasing that part. They only releasing the one that's far away where people have to go in and do their own analysis of it.
Right. Because I'm like, these people can't be lying. Ain't no way all these people is lying. I just don't. And you got some people may have, the people that did go to court, seen the video in court. I don't think those people was in the court. Okay, I'm not gonna take away what they seen neither. But my thing is, Sean, you seen it in court, right? Mm-hmm. But you didn't see what these other people seen. So it's not fair to say, well, I was in court and I seen this. Okay, you was in court and you did see what they showed you. But you can't sit back and say what these people went to this school and seen that's not true. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So let me tell you about how that was done. So in court, the people that was in the crowd, they got that distorted video. They got the 2-minute edited video. That's what was presented to them. That's exactly what was presented to the jury. So guess what? Once again, off glance, guess what we're gonna think? It was a stab, push, and go 4 minutes, 2 minutes, happen in 1 minute. That's how they're going to present it. And that's how, at a quick glance, that's how it was. So those other people are saying, no, that's not the video. That's not the video. Just like they were able to fool everybody in that trial, that's what they're trying to do to these people out here. And some people are falling for it. Yeah.
Facts. And that's why I say, I'm not going to put these people down because of what they seen. Because I believe these people. I don't these people going to say they seen this and didn't see it. So that's why the people that was in court, right, that seen what they seen, y'all is seeing the same thing they giving us right now.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly. I seen a question. Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley. What's going on? She says, Miss John, what do you think about Eddie saying that he don't know him in perjury on the stand and nothing happens to him? And what do you think about Mike Howard not introducing the Texas assailant law? Well, I'm going to skip to that last because I'm going to tell you right now, Mike Howard did his job as what he was required to do by the prosecution, and that's throw the case. Basically, throw the case. He know that. Let me tell you my opinion. Then I'll ask him your other question. He knew he wasn't fit to try to do that case. He took $75,000 for that case. He knew he was not fit for that. That's why he brought in Toby Shook. Toby Shook is a well known attorney, but of course, Toby Shook and the prosecutor had a private law practice together. They once prosecuted cases together. So he did what, he wasn't the leading attorney on that. So guess what? He got to follow Mike Howard's lead. So Mike Howard did what Mike Howard was told to do by the prosecution, and that is throw the case. And that's my opinion. He threw the case.
I can agree with that.
And as far as, I forgot what was the other question. Dang, I'm sorry, y'all.
That's okay. She said something. What do you think about Eddie saying he didn't know?
Listen, all of them perjured themselves. And all of them perjured themselves. Now, will they go after them for perjury? It's possible. I don't think that's their main focus, but y'all gotta, understand this. The appeal is not going to be based on that. The appeal is going to be based on was his rights violated? Was it a fair trial? What was God presented? Did he have adequate counseling? That's what it's going to be based on. But that other stuff, as far as if he's granted a new trial, that stuff that, as far as perjuring, those witnesses perjuring themselves, that's when all that is going to come up when the new trial. The appeal is not based on new evidence. The appeal is not based on any type of evidence. The appeal is based on things that went wrong in the trial that did not constitute Carmelo having a fair trial. That's what the appeal is based on. But once they grant that new trial or even overturn the conviction, and he goes back in, that's when all of this stuff will come up, every last bit of it, as far as the witnesses. Eddie know he perjured himself on that stand. He got to live with that. Now, whether they get him for that or not, I don't know. That's going to be up to the appellate lawyer. That's going to be up to whoever they bring in. But I say they all need to be brought in because they all lied. They all flat out lied, and the defense allowed them to do that. I'm not going to say the prosecution, the defense, because you cannot ask a layman witness if they feel like what Carmelo did was self-defense or I'm gonna say smart. I'm not gonna say the other word. But you cannot ask a layman witness that. That is a expert testimony, and that should have been objected to, and he didn't do that. So that's inadequate assistance of counseling. He didn't do that. It's a lot of things that he didn't do. He should have never called Carmelo Mello. That's
Right.
what do you like? You don't call your client by his nickname Mello. You don't do that. That's just saying you have no respect for your client. So it was a lot of things that were mishandled. They had 17 witnesses on the witness list. How many did you see take the stand? And then the witnesses that he did talk to didn't even want to be there. He didn't call Carmelo's girlfriend. He did not call any of Carmelo's teachers. He didn't call any of the child's parents that Carmelo saved. He didn't call them. They wanted to take the stand. They didn't call a child psychologist expert. They didn't call the DNA. What happened to them doing a DNA forensic on that knife? Why didn't they do a forensic DNA on that? Because usually when there's a weapon involved in any type of case, they're going to do DNA on it. Why didn't they do any DNA on it? Just to confirm that that was the actual weapon that was used. Whether you think it or not, you're supposed to do a DNA analysis.
Facts.
Why wasn't that done? Guess
Facts.
what? Because you want to know why? Because it's a possibility you're going to find more fingerprints on there than you wanted to find.
Ooh.
That's why. So that it's just a lot of stuff that they should have brought up that they didn't. A lot of stuff that they didn't do. That was not an open and shut case at all.
And Sean, another thing, how did you, because I've never seen this in my life. Maybe you seen it, I don't know. Okay, because when they had the verdict that day that he was found guilty, right? And then the same day they did the verdict of how many years he was going to get. All this in the same day. Have you ever seen this before?
No.
What do you feel about that? Because I've never seen it before.
I've never seen that a day in my life.
Thank you.
Listen,
as long as I know I'm not the only one crazy.
No, I've never seen that. I've never seen that. And the crazy thing about it is they were able to have him shipped off. Let me tell you, it takes, when a person gets sentenced, they're going to sit in the county jail for 6, 7, 8 months. Why? Because they're trying to find a bed for them. Carmelo had a bed and a number in less than 24 hours set up.
Girl, talk about it.
Complete setup.
That's what Open Book just said. She was like, Sean setup.
Yes, complete setup. And that, and again, I'm going to say this as my opinion and my observant and the little bit I know about the law. That never happens. A person, once they are convicted, and as far as like the sentencing, how do you sentence somebody in 3 hours of convicting? I ain't never
seen that, Sean. Never. Me and Open Book talked about this shit. I'm like, Open Book, listen, I'm not into, the courts like that, but Open Book, I just never heard of nothing like that in my life.
Yeah, that was, it was, it's a whole lot more, but y'all, that would take all day, but it's just a whole lot more. And I know somebody asked about the appellate. I'll give you maybe 2 or 3 of the appellate reasons why it will go into appeal. One, the biggest, hugest one is inadequate assisting of counseling. Every person has a constitutional right to have adequate counseling. Everybody has a right to oh my gosh, y'all, I'm losing concentration. Everybody has a right to present their own evidence and challenge their own evidence. Everybody has a right. That is a right. It does not prove guilt or innocence. This is not about Carmelo's guilt or innocence. And I think people are losing track of that. We're not saying, is he guilty? Is he innocent? This is about, did he have a fair trial to present his evidence, to present people who know him, to present him as a character? How can you call this boy a criminal when he was straight A student, captain of the football team, 2 jobs, never been in trouble a day in his life? All of a sudden, he's a thug. Where was everybody able to take the stand? Even in his sentencing, his counselor only put his mom on the stand.
Oh, wasn't that something?
What was that? What was that? And then on top of that, right before when the defense rested, right before that, they had a 2.5 hour break. And you want to know why? Because they had the police off not yeah, they had the police officer who took everybody's phone allegedly. And why was they even questioning them kids without their parents? Why did they even take
Ooh.
their phones without their parents even being there? So the defense asked them, did you find a picture or a video of the incident on the phone? The police officer, I don't know if y'all read the transcript. Well, probably because it hasn't come out yet. But in the transcript, you know what the police officer said? I don't know. What kind of answer is that? You don't know if you got a picture? You don't know if there was a video? And then guess what they did? They went to recess 2.5 hours. When they came back, the defense rest. That was blown. So what you think happened in that 2.5 hours?
They were sitting back there getting it together.
Absolutely.
They were getting it together. And let me ask you this, Sean. Do you feel that they should have counseled the mother before she got on the stand, or she presented anything to say, to just reading her impact statement to the judge? Do you think that he should have counseled the mom and things to say? Because she was new to this. She don't know anything about the criminal system or anything like that in reference to her son, to give a better statement for her son. That's what I'm trying to say.
Prep. It's called witness prepping.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
they didn't. They didn't. They did not. None of that was witness prepping. They actually, when Eddie took the stand, the defense, no, the defense said, he said that he had just talked to him 2 minutes before he got on the stand. That's not witness prepping. And then when the prosecution came up there, just said, well, me and you have talked, back in April. So that was basically the prosecution witness. I mean, in the end, the
Right.
defense witness ended up being the prosecution. You know what I'm saying? It just, y'all, like I said, it's so much, and I'm trying to like say it all, but it's so much with that whole situation. Um, there was a question. Well, yeah, at Karen, she asked about they picking up Eddie's phone. They did. But guess what? Unfortunately, coincidental, the footage is no longer. He said he was pretending to videotape. When he was on the stand, Eddie said he was pretending to videotape. Really? When have you known somebody to pretend, especially a kid, pretend to videotape an event like that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, anyway, but whatever it is, whatever they want to believe.
Right.
But Jeff, he didn't deserve.
Yeah, and they was saying the mother was wrong for walking out the courtroom and leaving her son and all that stuff. Just completely saying mean things about the mom. But I heard that the judge told her to leave because she got emotional and started crying. Because
that's what happened.
Thank you. You confirmed that with Open Book. Open Book confirmed that same thing. She said, "No, D, that's not the way it happened." Open Book told me. I said, "Thank you for confirming that."
Yes. Yeah, they did
why
not.
Did you do that? I mean, let me ask you something, Sean, because I know in the courthouse, right, on both sides, whatever situation, right, everybody get emotional, right? Some people may cry, some people may just drop tears. I didn't understand why the judge would say that. Everybody, no emotions in here. Don't show no emotions in here. I felt so I'm like, what is he talking about here?
Listen, that judge. Well, let me agree with you. You're absolutely correct. They put it out as though she left her child. They know that was not true. They know that was not true under any circumstances. She was asked to leave because of the emotions. So let's just correct that right there. Let's just put that to rest. That's not true. So you are correct, D, 100%. And you're talking about a judge who is, sorry about that. You're talking about a judge who is basically numb to the situation and already had his mind made up about the situation. he basically objected to everything on the defense. So being that he's a very emotionless person, sometimes even no matter what our position is, we expect everybody to react the same way. So, I just there's many things that I could say about that Judge D, but I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna leave that alone. But um, they just, it kind of hurts me because of them doing him like that. And understand, my hurt don't come from this boy being sentenced. My hurt comes from you didn't even give him a chance. You wasn't even fair to him. That's what hurts me. And it hurts me what
Yes.
Mike Howard did to him. If you knew you couldn't do your job, hand that off to somebody that could.
Right.
Hand it off to somebody that cares about that boy. And if he would have still got let me tell you something, if he would have still got the same sentence, but was able to be presented by a fair jury, then I would have said, well, there you go. You can't argue. If he had a fair trial and he fought it to the end and all the evidence was presented and they still came up with the same one, hey, what can I say? He had a fair trial. But that wasn't the case in the situation. Neither the judge, the prosecutor, nothing. Both of them should have recused themselves because they're too connected to the Metcalf family.
Right. Now, did you hear about the cookout?
Yes, I did see that, and that's witness tampering. That's witness tampering. That happened after the incident. And at that time, that's called, you got the witnesses at a cookout with you. You just chilling. And all of a sudden they get on the stand and they say everything so perfectly well, you know? So that's called witness tampering.
And they didn't say nothing, Sean, about them people at that cookout. They still let them come on that witness stand after they was at this man's house at a cookout. This man probably was sitting back there telling them what to say. You know what I'm saying? A little narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Sitting them back there, weaning them in, so they can be on his son's side. Like, that was pure wrong.
Yeah, it really, like I said, it's so much, and the list is so long. And I could, I could spend all day up here with you, D, because I love the way that you do run your platform
Thank you.
In a very respectful manner. But there's so much of a list that was done in their courtroom that was not done. And then they put this video out as a slap in the face. And I'm going to say to people, if it is your choice to accept the video the way it is and not analyze it, then so be it. But don't bash people who want to know the truth. And
Thank you.
don't bash people who choose to advocate and fight for a person, not a Black person, but a person who deserves a fair trial. That's it. That's
Thank you.
all.
And that's what I said too. I said the same thing. Every content creator gonna have different respective opinions about this case. Everybody not gonna agree with each other. It's just not gonna happen. And we know that in a lot of cases that we don't cover. You know what I'm saying? So let everybody have their opinion, how they feel, how they look at it. Some people might think Carmelo was wrong. We on this side, we know he wasn't wrong. So let everybody have their own opinion, how they view it, and whatever the situation may be, because no one can change how I look at the situation. I'm gonna speak for me. I look at it as though this man did not deserve what he got. Now, let's say this.
Mm-hmm.
Did we know he was going to get time? Absolutely.
Yes.
Right? We know everybody do a crime, get time.
Right.
But
exactly.
Our focus is on my platform, this boy did not get a fair trial. He was railroaded from day one before this trial even came in that courtroom. They had already had this in the makings, set up, everything. Period.
Exactly. I 100% agree with you. I agree with you. And for those also, let me tell you this a bit about intent. Now, they convicted him on what they convicted him on, which, I'm not going to say that word on your channel. but they convicted him on what they convicted him on. But that had to be intent. Now I want y'all to think about this. Now, Austin, and I'm going to say allegedly, Austin and Hunter allegedly were suspended from the track team. They were not even supposed to be there. The coach allowed them to come to help set up. So if Carmelo intended to do that, in his mind, he already knows, or what he was told, they weren't even going to be there. They were suspended. So if it was his intent to do that, blah, 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 or whatever, how could it have been that when he was already known that they weren't going to be there? They weren't going to be there. So he didn't intend to do anything because they was already told that Austin and his brother were suspended. They were not scheduled to be there. So how was it was his intent to do that?
Right.
When in his mind, they weren't supposed to be there.
Now, did you see that boy put something in that garbage can, Sean?
I absolutely 100% did. And that's them not adequately and properly going through the crime scene. Because I mean, that's the boy, that's the same exact boy. And that was actually Eddie. That's the same exact boy that was the third boy standing to the right that was participating, and the same boy that allegedly filmed the whole thing. So what do you think he put in that garbage can?
Some evidence.
Exactly.
And I don't understand how the hell that Eddie mom allowed him to come on that stand and testify and tell all them lies against someone that's supposed to be his friend. It's no way in hell I'm going to allow one of my children to get on a stand at a young age, right? Even get involved if someone's supposed to be your friend. If this is your friend, this is your friend. You don't go on the outside if this is your friend. You're going to stand for what's right, because I'm going to encourage my children to do that.
Right.
Period. You say what you say what you saw, and that's it. And you stick to that. But I would never have my child to get on a stand and you supposed to be this boyfriend. You hanging out with him, going to his house, y'all taking pictures together, y'all going on dates with girls together, y'all doing all this stuff together. And as a mom, you allowed your son to get on that stand, because I'm not going to say allow, because at the time your son was a minor at the time. So you knew what was going on, because you had to be the one to allow your son to talk to the state.
Exactly. I have to 100% agree with you, D. You right on point. They allowed it. They didn't say anything. They didn't raise any cane about it. Nothing. But you know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you, here's another failure. I'm glad you brought that up. Another failure on the defense. Eddie is the cousin of Carmelo's girlfriend. They're cousins. Okay. Why didn't they put the girlfriend on the stand?
Why
I'm
glad you bring that up, Sean. Do you think that, let me just ask you this. Do you think the girlfriend that Eddie, I'm going to say Eddie, because we know he's a punk, right? And I'm just going to be real. Eddie, do you think Eddie was the one running back, telling Austin stuff and telling Carmelo stuff? And this what his feud could have started from, but Carmelo parents and Austin parents probably never knew they was feuding, because sometimes kids don't tell their parents everything. But do you think it could have been something similar with that?
That's definitely a good theory, D. That's definitely because he is the common denominator between
Facts.
both boys.
Facts.
So that's definitely a very good theory, and that very well could have happened. That very well could have happened, because the defense had to have seen the prosecutor witness list, right? So that's why they brought the pictures of, debunking the lie that Eddie was telling. They showed the pictures of Carmelo and him together, at family events. So, but what could have been a slam dunk on the defense was bringing the girlfriend in, saying, yeah, they were very good friends. We all hung out together. We all did this. But again, was she one of the names on the 17 witness that he didn't call? We will never know.
Never know. There you go. We will never know. because that Eddie boy, he definitely was a snake. And it's sad because you a young snake, boy. You young. Nobody should never want to trust you or be around you or be a friend to you, because if you did this to Carmelo, ain't no telling what you will do to the next person. You're definitely a snake.
So OG Patrice said the girlfriend wasn't put on the stand because she wasn't there when the incident happened. No, the girlfriend would not be a witness to the incident. The girlfriend would be a character witness.
There you go. There you go. Absolute. Because you know why? Because she knew of Carmelo. She was being with Carmelo, hanging out with him. She knew what type of person he was. So I definitely agree with that, Sean.
Yes. And she also would challenge what the other witness said. Your thing is to listen, the defense's job is to challenge the evidence presented. So when a witness gets on the stands and says one thing, but you have evidence to challenge that, then you present it. And their job was to debunk Eddie, all of them saying that he didn't know him. The girlfriend could have not only one debunked that, but she could have been a character witness for Carmelo.
There you go.
So she should have very well been called to the stand.
That's right. Absolutely. I definitely agree with you. I agree. And I also wonder too, Sean, like what I just said, do you think Eddie was going back telling stuff, you know, with the girl and Austin, or because I say that too, Sean, because I'm trying to figure out what transpired before this. Did anything transpire before this? Have they ever got into any type of disagreement? Because we know they didn't go to the same schools, okay? But we know they did track a lot, right? How often do they run into each other at these track meetings? How often?
I guess you didn't hear. They was just together 10 days they had a track meet 10 days prior to that where Anthony was under the memorial tent with Eddie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes. So here's the thing. Eddie, they have a picture. There was a picture where they were hanging out together at the track meet. But here's another thing. Here is one. This is why I say this ain't about race. I'm going to tell you why it's not about race. This was about bullying. Because out of all those people under that tent, do you think Carmelo was the only one under there that didn't go to memorial?
Facts. So that means you're trying to say, Sean, is he the only one was there that didn't go there? And was he the only one under that tent was not invited?
Correct. There was other people under that tent that did not attend memorial. So this was not about a school thing. This was not about you don't belong under our tent because you go to another school. Because, and I will just say this, and I will put out allegedly just so you know it will make it better.
I know. Yeah.
Allegedly, there were other people under the tent that did not attend memorial. That's why this was not about race. This was not about a school. This was about a young man that was a bully that felt like he just wanted to be the bully that he was and bully the young man. But we don't know the real reason why. And you brought up a good point, D, about the common denominator of Eddie going back and forth. I mean, there's so many theories that could be put out about why. Because if y'all look, when when Austin and them walked up to that, they went straight to Carmelo, straight to him, not to nobody else, but straight to Carmelo. And they never sat down.
Right. She's not talking about the trial, OG. She's not talking about the trial. We know the trial is about race. She's talking about what's going on under that tent and everything else. That's what she's saying.
Yes. So let me say this. I do not believe the incident itself was about race. Right. No. But I do believe, yes, I do believe that it turned into race with how they did the trial. Yes. It turned into that. And, you know, I do believe it got turned into race with Dominique Alexander. I ain't going to even get into that. I think he made it about race as well. It was turned into a race thing, but I don't think it started off like that. I don't think the incident itself was about race, but the trial and everything after that, yes, absolutely about race.
Yep. Yep. And I think he was jealous of Carmelo. Yeah, I do believe that. Something else transpired to make Austin do not like him. And we would never know that because Carmelo have never spoke.
Carmelo ranked above him in sports.
Say for instance, Sean, okay, my son and your son, right? They're beefing, right? But we don't, we never know because your son don't tell you, my son don't tell you, right? We never know that they're beefing. But only thing we do know that they do take classes together and things in that nature. And that something really happened. And one of our kids in the hospital or got to go to the hospital or unalive, right? And then everything started coming out. Well, you know, they've been beefing for a long time. You know, they was having words, you know, when we went to the track meeting or we went to the bowling alley or, you know, they've been having words, but no one never knew. We didn't know as parents because my son didn't tell me, your son didn't tell you. And this is what I'm trying to say. Was there anything prior to Carmelo in Austin before this incident?
That's a good question. That's a good question. And hopefully in the near future, we will find out. Hopefully when Carmelo's side of the story finally gets told by him, by out of his mouth. Well, I hope one day we do have the answer to that question. Because as of right now, you know, I don't even know the answer to that question. Was it an incident prior? I believe it was. Yes.
Yeah.
But what? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Right.
I don't know. But Carmelo was ranked higher than Austin in sports. Just to let you know that he was very much. They put the rankings up. I don't know if you guys got it. I'll send it to you, D, so you can show them. But he was very much ranked higher in his sports. Then they played different positions, but he was still ranked higher than Austin.
And that's what I'm saying, sis. It could be a jealousy thing. Because you know how sometimes people be jealous of you, but they don't, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, jealousy leads into hate. We already know that. Jealousy is not a good thing. Jealousy leads into hate. People will start saying things until they started doing things to you, all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he did really hate Carmelo, you know, and Carmelo didn't even know that he had so much hate against him. We just don't know anything because he's not here to speak.
Exactly. And I'm just hoping that his story will get out. I'm really hoping his story will definitely be able to get out. And he'll be able to tell his story. Now, as far as like, right now, I'll tell you what I am trying to find out. I am trying to find out exactly where they are with it. Because in the state of Texas, you have 30 days. You can do a motion for a new trial. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but they got to do it in 30 days. If they don't do a motion for a new trial, then of course they exhaust that. That's out the door. Then they do an appeal. So I don't know what exactly. I know there is an attorney Christopher King. I know he is definitely working on that. I don't know who else is working on that. I don't know if y'all read the news, but Martin Luther King's daughter has now spoken out about it. She has now come out and made a statement about it as well. So a lot of people are getting involved. I just don't know who his exact appellate lawyer is. Now, do they have an appellate lawyer on file? Yes, but I don't think that's his permanent lawyer. I think she was a court appointed until they put in a permanent team. So I don't know as far as, and that's where I'm at right now. I want to know right now who is doing what right now. Are you doing a motion for a new trial, or are you doing an appeal? Which is it? Appeal is going to take a little longer. The appeal will take a little longer. But if you have a lot of people in the right places and in high places the appeal can push up faster.
Well,
If you,
somebody in the comments said they went and they looked at that video a little closer and they don't believe that Carmelo stabbed Austin.
okay, and that, okay, yeah. So what they're saying allegedly, because of the momentum and the fact that Austin was standing over him and Carmelo was sitting, he might have plunged himself into it, allegedly. But all that's going to come out because the medical examiner did get on the stand, and let's be clear, in case you didn't know, she did say that she could not say that that didn't happen. So she says she can't count that out because it very well could have happened. It looked like he could have plunged on it. So she didn't say no. So that was, and that's another reason why I don't understand why the jury came up with what they came up with, because the medical examiner herself said that she couldn't rule it out. She couldn't rule that out at all. So, and do I believe there's another theory that the knife wasn't even his?
Ooh.
They're saying that what is being said is that if y'all heard Hunter's, when he first made his statement, do y'all not remember Hunter saying they grabbed the book bag from Carmelo? So how could Carmelo have had his hand in the book bag if they snatched it from him?
Damn, you with me. Me and Open Book talked about that. I'm like, Open Book, remember in the courtroom when the state kept saying he was asking his witnesses, right? He had his hand in the book bag, right? And saying, touch me and see what I do. He had his hand in the book bag, right? Saying, touch me and see what I would do. Okay, why we never seen none of that in these videos, Sean?
Exactly. But again, if that 4-time video come out where it's an up close, we'll be able to see. But from and let me tell y'all, now this is what I'm going to say. This is my opinion. So y'all know I'm always going to say if it's alleged or my opinion, because I don't believe in putting facts out without the proper evidence to support it. But I do believe that Hunter lied. I think Hunter snatched that book bag. I think it was Hunter. I believe it was Hunter that snatched that book bag. And this is why they have not did any DNA. This is why Hunter was not even at trial the whole time until sentencing. Hunter never showed up at that trial.
Because then somebody said that one of them took the book bag and threw the book bag.
They absolutely 100% did. And Hunter verified it by his own statement. So, but guess what? None of the witnesses said that. All the witnesses said that Carmelo had his hand in the book bag. How could he have had his hand in the book bag if they had done snatched it?
Right. And why y'all didn't show it on camera? Why y'all didn't show that? Now that should be in this footage right now that y'all put out.
Oh, it's in the footage. It's in it. If you gonna show, if you look, okay. So if you look to the left, I'm gonna tell y'all now. Like I said, I wish I had the video rolling, but if y'all we're supposed to go live about this soon, and we're gonna show it. So,
all right, send me the link, and I'm gonna share it on my.
I will, and then we are gonna actually show it. If y'all look to the left. Right before all the going back and forth, blah, blah, blah. If you look to the left, you will see a person snatch and turn around. That's when they snatched the book bag. They snatched and turned around. So if y'all seen, if anybody in the chat seen that, the person to the left, the far left, if you see how quickly he turned around, that was him snatching the book bag. So just go back. If you haven't seen it or you can't see it visioning in your head, go back and look at the video. And when you've seen somebody turn around right before you see all the hitting and the punching, you don't see Carmelo in any of that. You don't see Carmelo until he came from up under the tent. You do not see Carmelo during any of that. All that them dark people with, not dark people, but those dark images, those are all Austin, Hunter, and his friends. You can't see Carmelo until he crawls from up under the tent.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's not a tent, it's a canopy. Until he crawls up from under there. So just go back and pay attention. But like I said, we will show it. It's kind of hard to vision when you don't have the actual video, but we'll show it.
That's a shame. They railroad that boy. They did. And then all the juries came back with the same verdict, every last one of them. We ain't have at least 3 or 4 said manslaughter. All of them. You know, like, nah.
Yes. So y'all, it's a lot. And like I said, if y'all seen the video, go back and look at it from a different perspective now. Go back and look at it really good. And then it's going to wow you what you see. It's almost going to give you chills. But go back and look at it again and look at it a little deeper. Pay attention. Do not take your eyes off the, let me tell you, look at the M above on the tent, not tent. I keep calling it a tent, y'all, but it's actually a canopy. But look at the M of the memorial. Pay attention to the M and you will see everything very clearly. If you're looking directly, you're probably going to like just look at it for what is being presented, but look at the M and then you will see all the commotion and you will see how Carmelo darts from up under them. That's when you'll see Carmelo Anthony.
Wow.
As running down.
So do you think the mother and father should stay silent around about now? Like, or do you think they should come out and say a little something?
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you this. If that was my child, the whole, excuse my language, the whole damn world gonna know what happened.
I know that's right,
I'm gonna speak my truth. Okay, you gonna know exactly what happened. I'm not staying quiet. I'm not staying quiet is what got that boy 35 years.
Yeah, and then Sean, did you hear with the mama? And I felt sorry, and you know, when I heard them say that they had so many people in their ear telling them stuff. They didn't know which way to go, who to believe. People was telling them, don't say this, don't do that. Don't let Carmelo speak to anyone. We got you. I felt, man. And you know what it was, Sean? And I told the chat before, the mother and father was vulnerable.
They were, because they didn't know anything about the law. They had just moved there from Louisiana. So, yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it. And the person down in the chat saying that they were advised. You know what? I'm going to say this. How can I put this?
I know you like me, Sean. I have to digress sometimes, girl, because sometimes I be wanting to say some shit.
I'm gonna say this. A lawyer is always going to advise you to not speak to a certain degree. Okay. So let's be clear. The lawyer is Carmelo's lawyer, not his parents. So be clear about that. There's Carmelo, all the defense, these lawyers represent Carmelo, not his parents. His parents are just his guardians. But at this particular time, Carmelo is now 19. He's considered an adult. So, you know, maybe they might advise him, and he definitely need to be quiet while he up in that place where he at.
Yeah.
The parents, as parents, I'm not going to be quiet, because his father said that they were advised to be quiet and not say anything, and he regrets it.
Yes.
He regretted it. Because everybody, Hunter is the same. Hunter and his mama would be considered equal to Carmelo's parents. They did 2 or 3 interviews. So why can't Carmelo's parents talk and give account of what that's why they didn't put Hunter on that stand.
Yeah.
Because they knew Hunter told exactly what happened, but that's not what they wanted on that stand. They wanted people to think that Carmelo still had that book bag in his possession and his hand was still in there, when Hunter had just told them the day after that, or the day of the incident, that they had snatched the book bag or took the book bag. I'm not, just put it like this to me. Just my opinion. I'm going, that's right. Her 5366. Exactly. You allow people to create their own narrative and put it out there for the public to make their own just opinion. But guess what? You are not going to get out here and call my child this, when I know the truth. I'm talking.
I
My
agree.
child did not do this. He did not do that. He did not. You know, Carmelo's father said that he didn't show emotion in the courtroom because of the stereotype that they have of Black people showing out. Well, guess what? You would have just had to put me in a stereotype because I would have showed out. My
Yes.
child's life, 35 years, and you're going to remain calm? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Because, no, ma'am. Mm-mm. You don't found my child guilty. The attorney defense, your defense attorney is railroading you in front of your face, not calling the proper witnesses,
Exactly, Sean.
not
He was being a snake.
objecting,
He was
and
being
you
a
want me to
snake
sit
right
there
in the family
calm?
face.
Nah.
Whew. Damn.
Yes. I just exactly, real talk with Noah is damn if you do, damn if you don't. So just do it the way you think. Listen,
Fact.
and that again, that's trying to control emotion.
Mm-hmm.
That's your child. That's not a friend. That's a child. A child who's never been in trouble in his life, never hurt nobody, never did anything. And, you know, I might be putting my emotions because, listen, I have a son the same age as Carmelo. Birthday's only a month apart. Same age. And all I do is look at my child and think about that could have been him. And you think I'm going to sit there and remain calm? Why, you didn't object. You didn't call any witnesses. Nothing. You just let them call my son, you know, a person who unalives people, and that's not who he is. You didn't even
Right. Calling
present
this
who
boy a
he
murderer.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you allow them to call him that. And you want me to sit here because you don't want them to think that I'm a stereotype. Yeah, I didn't like, you know, I understand his father saying, you know, I didn't want to present that ghetto image or what. That's not ghetto. That is a parent. Like you have that is a parent. And obviously you did something right with your child because your child is a straight A student, 2 jobs, captain of the football team, captain of the track. So as a parent, you have done everything correctly toward that child, never been in trouble. You deserve the right to show out.
Right.
You
I wish the
deserve
mom
that
and
right.
dad would have. I just don't understand why they told him. Even the guy that was representing the family, why would he even tell the family not to speak out and say anything? Why?
D, it's so many questions. Them baffling questions. Them baffling questions. Florida, I don't know her name, Florida Gal 62. You have absolutely 100%. They would have had to put me out. And that's probably why they put Carmelo's mom out. And for them to paint that narrative as though she left her child in there, that's not true. Why would you do that? Why would you say that? When you know the judge put her out. That's crazy to me. But
Facts.
anyway,
Facts. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Let me just ask Open Book what happened. And Open Book hit me back. She was like, no, the judge made her leave. But you know, and then another thing, Sean, let me bring this to your attention. Because I know you're going to say D is not true.
mhm.
Now, people in the comments, right? Because you know I don't go into everybody's stuff. I just, be in the bushes, listen. So I was on Facebook, right? Now you got people over there saying that Carmelo mother knows the judge gave him a plea and they turned it down. Now they're gonna say 10 years and someone gonna say 7 years. I don't believe that. What you say?
Lies.
Thank you.
He was never presented a plea deal, you guys. Not once. He was never given a plea deal. Never given a plea deal. So whoever believes that, whoever telling y'all that, they're not being truthful. He was never given a plea deal. They were going to trial from the jump. And let me put this scenario out here because one person said this before, but for anybody who believe it, they do not offer plea deals in every criminal case. That is not a requirement. They do not offer, especially if they feel they have a slam dunk case. They do not have to offer a plea deal. The defense can ask for one, but in this case, the defense, I don't know if the defense asked for one or not, but I do know that there is no evidence of a plea deal anywhere on the table, never presented to Carmelo Anthony at any time.
See, that's why I bring you up here, Sean, because I know your shit. That's why I bring you up here, because I know what you do. You know what I'm saying? And I know you know. So that's why I want you to come up here, because I'm like, well, why wouldn't the mama take a plea deal? Because 10 years is nothing over 35. I had to question myself. I'm like, I don't believe that. Why is they see what they was doing? They was trying to make the mother and father look bad. You know what I'm saying? They don't love their son. They wouldn't even take a plea deal. Like, who wouldn't take a plea deal for 10 years over 35 years?
That's why I'm saying, y'all, be careful. And I'm not putting down anybody, y'all, because y'all know, do you know me? I don't do that.
Yeah,
I don't put down anybody. Yeah. But listen, pay attention to your sources.
Yep.
Pay attention to your sources and who you're getting the information from. Always question it. Even if you want to believe it, question it. Always question asking where did you get that information from? If you see another person say he got a plea deal, ask him where they got it from. Tell them to pull it up. Tell them to show it to you.
Yep.
Tell them to pull it up and show it to you.
I don't take everything somebody tell me and run with it, because I try to protect my platform at all times. So I don't do stuff like that. I'd be like, nah, I don't know about that. You know, or like I said, you know, I talk to you on the back end or open book, you know, because I know y'all can look things up. I don't do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't. No, I don't believe everything. And I always say, no matter what situation that a content creator will cover, you always have to be cautious of what you bring to your platform.
100%. 100%. And I'm going to give y'all even more clue. If you really want to know if there was a plea deal, I'm going to tell you what you do. Go to the Collin County website. Look up Carmelo's case. It's open. If it was a plea deal, I promise you, you're going to see. You're going to see it. You're not going to see the plea deal, but you're going to see plea deal offered. And I'm going to tell you right now, ain't no plea deal in there. But if you can go to it and screenshot it and show it to me, I stand corrected. But it was no plea deal. I'm telling you where to go look. I don't gatekeep anything. Go to Collin County Courthouse website. Look it up. Carmelo Anthony case is wide open. Now, you're not going to see all the paperwork, but you're definitely going to see, and they're going to give you a timeline of how everything was done, even right down to the court case.
She said, first time here, how did they not allow Hunter to testify, but allow him after the sentences to come in the courtroom?
Isn't that something? That's a question I had. That's one thing that made me angry. But here's the thing. Hunter was scheduled to testify. So Hunter was scheduled. The defense had Hunter on their witness list. Why is a $1 million question. Why didn't he testify? But we all know why he didn't testify, because he lied. And they would have hammered him on that stand. Because he lied. Because let me tell you why they couldn't present anything on Hunter. You cannot present anything on them unless he takes the stand. If he takes the stand, then guess what? They can bring out all type of bullying, his any type of trouble he been in school. That's when they're allowed to open up the case, open up the can of worms on him. If they would have left him up on that stand, he would have been open to everything. And you think the prosecutor was going to let that happen? No. Not exactly. So how he got out of it, I don't know. Because usually when you are subpoenaed, you can be held in contempt. So how he did that is $1 million question, sis, because I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something else. Before there's a trial, there's a pre-trial. And during the pre-trial, this is when the defense and the prosecutor, they do motions, and it's called an evidentiary trial, y'all. Excuse me, I might be messing up some words here, but that's in the evidence phase, and that's when they present evidence, and that's when the judge, will deny or say what can be introduced into evidence, what can be introduced into trial or not. He'll deny, he'll say, don't introduce that. And from my understanding, he denied any evidence of anything about Hunter or Austin being introduced. But had Hunter took the stand, it would have been fair game. But guess what? He didn't take the stand.
And somebody said, did Austin pull the knife out himself? after he was stabbed? If so, that alone would have killed him. And should did Austin pull the knife out?
No, Carmelo. No, he didn't. He didn't. No. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you what they're allegedly saying, and I still have questions about that myself, y'all. So allegedly, Carmelo still had the knife in his hand, allegedly, and he threw the knife. That's what the witnesses said. But we all know the witnesses are liars, right? So they're saying that he threw it. But I'm gonna tell you what raises flags of what I just said earlier is that if that's the case, do a DNA on the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Do a DNA and find out who had the knife in their hand. Who had it? You want to know, and again, I'm gonna say this again. The reason why they didn't do a DNA forensic, because you do a DNA on every weapon that's involved in a crime, because that's a solid case of who had their hands on the weapon. But I believe they know Hunter or Austin had their hands on that weapon. And I do believe that they know more than what they're saying. That's why there was no DNA or forensics presented. And defense could have done that, and they didn't do it.
Wow. Wow. This tells a lot, y'all. It really does. It tells a lot. I want to know what that boy put in that garbage can. And like you said, they didn't do a thorough investigation out there.
No, they didn't.
Because you know what I felt like, Sean? They felt like once Carmelo ran to the coach and told the coach that what he did, I guess they felt like, okay, we don't need a crime scene here. No, y'all should have still did a crime scene there and checked the bleachers, everything, garbage cans, everything should have been taped off and everybody made to leave. Y'all just made them people leave, but did not put a crime scene there.
Exactly. They just totally disrupted this whole case, y'all, from the beginning. They didn't do a proper investigation. They didn't do anything. They should have pulled the cameras instantly, went and pulled it to see exactly who was on the scene and who they need to talk to. And they would have caught that boy putting that in the trash can. They would have did all that. But and you know what? Who's to say they didn't do it? But guess what? It probably worked in Carmelo's favor. So of course they weren't going to bring it up. So y'all, it's so many questions, so many everything. It wasn't conducted properly. Period. So
Right.
that's why I say everything we're talking about here has nothing to do because with guilt or innocence, it has something to do with that boy having a fair trial. If he had had a fair trial, a lot of stuff would have came out and probably would have found out a lot of stuff because what you see on the surface, it ain't always what it is, if you know what I mean.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's another Kanika. That I've heard somebody say it's another Kanika Jenkins case. It really is. It really is. It's crazy. It's got my mind so baffled, y'all. It's so crazy. But D, I'm gonna have to get on off because I got a 2:00 appointment.
Okay, baby. I love all your input. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much, D, for having me. I fully 100% support you. Like I said, I don't get in here on YouTube as much as I used to. But I fully support you, and you are welcome, to ask me any questions on the back end. I'll be open with you at any time. So
thank you.
I
And I'm
love
gonna
you. I
resend you that
respect
link
you.
today too.
Huh?
I'm gonna resend you that link today too. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Please. Yes. Please do. And I got what you sent me. And I'm gonna look over that because I didn't look over the last 2 pages of that. So I'm gonna look over at what you sent me. I think you sent it to me this morning, maybe. Or yesterday, maybe?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I did.
Well, I'm gonna jump on off here. And again, Dee, thank you so much for having me.
You're
And
welcome.
anytime you want me to come back as a case, progresses, whatever I find out or whatever, I'll be glad to come up here. It's not a problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sean, for coming up. I appreciate you.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye. Okay, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed everything that she said, and she into this, so that's why I reached out to her to come up to shed some light on this and everything. Let me see. How would they not prove the two or the case. I heard the prosecutor didn't want to touch it. Insane. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard somebody else say that. I don't know who said it. I've been hearing so much stuff, y'all. I can't remember everything. The cover up is real. Absolutely, y'all. Absolutely. So, y'all know anybody can come up, and I don't mind anybody coming up. I just didn't want nobody to come up when she was talking, because I wanted her to get everything out. You know what I'm saying? But anybody always welcome to come up and say how they feel about it, because I like that, have everybody opinions on how they feel about any case that I cover. I don't discriminate anybody from coming up. I just like everybody to be respectful to people and stuff like that. I never mind. A real attorney should have handled this. Yes, yeah, he was. I don't know what kind of attorney he was. Like, So y'all, and I don't know if we want to come up, but if you do, you can put it in the chat. But we're gonna go because I want y'all to hear this video of this lady, and y'all know who she is because she spoke out before. But she's I think this guy is an attorney too. So let's hear what they had to say on this Carmela case. And if y'all please like to support my channel, please, the link is pinned at the bottom of my channel. You can please support the channel. I will appreciate it because y'all know I'm not monetized. So if y'all want to support, y'all can support with the link. So let me bring this up.
Contrary to most of the people you saw talking about it on social media. And I've been on the Roland Martin Unfiltered with her before. Her name is Thelma Anderson. We have Thelma standing by. How you doing tonight, sister?
I'm blessed. How are you doing?
All right. That's good. Sorry, we're running a little late. It's live, okay. and I had to do a presentation for a group out of Nashville at 6 p.m. and that ran over. So it was a good presentation. Good. All right. Yep. So Thelma, I was each day of the Carmelo Anthony trial, you were in the courtroom, and each evening, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you were Roland Martin Unfiltered talking about what happened that day in court. And I watched some of the coverage in mainstream media, and your coverage was the best. Okay, because you were actually talking about what happened, but you were also talking about things that got left out of mainstream media. And I saw one of the segments where you were saying how I think you said something to the effect that the family was legally lynched or something like that. So do this, just break down what this case was about and some of the things that you saw that as a former prosecutor, as an attorney and a legal analyst, you knew were wrong.
Okay. So in order for me to do that, I have to start at the beginning. When this case first happened last April, I reported on it immediately because I knew that the way that it was being reported, people didn't understand the self-defense standard in the state of Texas.
You want to say something, or you want me to stop the video, or what do you want me to do? You want to speak now or what?
No, just play it out. Just play it out. I'll chime in when we're done here.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get back to the video. Thank you, Ray Ray.
Yeah.
So immediately I reported on it, and I knew just by the proximity of this being in Collin County. Collin County is what I consider a triple threat. And it's because there's 3 counties that are threats to African Americans. And that's Collin County, Denton County, and Tarrant County. And they are all in the same triangle together. Now, because of that, I knew that this family was going to need.
While you up here on the panel, if they say something and you want me to stop it, you want to rebuttal from it, I mean, you more than welcome. I can do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The question was, I guess I could just ask it now. So I don't live in the U.S. anymore, and I kind of threw this up in the chat and didn't see an answer. But
the chat was going so fast. I'm sorry. Sometimes the chat go fast like that, it throw me off.
It's all good. I guess just my question is, my understanding is Carmelo was charged as an adult and was convicted and got 35 years. Right. To me, that's insane. And I'm just kind of curious, like, what the basis for that is.
Well, from what she was saying when she was up here, they didn't give him a plea deal. They didn't give him manslaughter. The first thing they put on the table for him was 35 years. You know, we all feel that he didn't get a fair trial, you know, at all. None of his peers was there. The mom and dad couldn't speak. They didn't let Austin on the stand. They let the other boy on the stand, which was supposed to have been Carmelo's friend that testified against him, that he got up there. He lied about a lot of things and said he didn't know Carmelo and things like that. So that's what we're really fighting for, because we feel like he didn't get a fair trial at all. They did the same day that they found him guilty is the same day they sentenced him. So we found that kind of weird. Like, who does that? I never heard of that. I never heard somebody get found guilty and the same day they get sentenced, and the next day they move them to the prison. So it was just so much stuff that, you know, we don't like, you know.
No, I mean, I live in Mongolia, and to me that sounds more like a tribunal, like what we have here, which is, I don't know, that's kind of interesting. That's why I was like watching the video, because it sounds like she was going to explain the race element and how that like plays a role.
Well,
right?
basically, I think she said that like it turned into that.
Yep.
It turned into that, you know, because of the procedures was in the courtroom, you know, with the jury, the judge, the state, and, you know, all of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how people is looking at that.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And actually, someone in the chat was just going to bring up my kind of last point I was going to make. Real Talk with Nova says, hopefully all the evidence does not go missing. And I've been floating around YouTube because I've been seeing a lot of the Carmelo case, and I'm kind of getting the vibe that evidence could go missing, which would be really tragic. It would not surprise me if it does. I mean, I used to work in banking in the US, so like there's a ton of shenanigans when it comes to race and banking from the get-go, right? But when it comes to like the legal side, it's a completely different thing. But it's still present, and so that's why I'm like, I think people in the chat were talking about why they didn't do the DNA on the knife, right? And you guys were talking about that a bit, and that's actually surprising to me, because my understanding is, even if it's an open and shut case, they still do DNA on the weapon,
right?
Because not because it's like, oh, they have someone on camera and this guy shot this dude and we have to prove he had the gun. But my understanding is it's just basic procedure.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And you would have think they would have did the DNA on a knife, right?
Yeah, I would have thought so too, because I mean, there's so many discrepancies, and just anecdotally, I'm seeing a ton of different people talking about a ton of different evidence, and everyone's got their own interpretations, right? I would think that the prosecutor, assuming the prosecutor is like a good prosecutor, well-intentioned and following the law, right, would do DNA on the knife literally just to shut up people from creating conspiracy theories.
Facts.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. And have you seen the videos that that has been released? Have you seen those videos?
Some, not all.
Okay. So the ones which was the ones that you seen?
The one that I remember seeing, and it was like hard for me to get a glimpse of what was going on, but it's like that pulled out camera view of like the football field, and there's a bunch of people running around on it. Right. I remember seeing that one, and I don't know, I may have seen another one in passing, but not fully watched it. Right. So I'm just trying to like get caught up and figure out what's going on, you know.
Well, if you follow, do you follow, how many people do you follow? Because I'm gonna drop a link in the chat, right? And you can follow her channel also, right? Because she does good commentary, right? And I'm gonna also drop another guy's link in the chat, and you can also follow him. Could one of my moms go and grab No Cap link and put it in the chat? And can someone grab Open Book link and put it in the chat for this young man so he can also follow, because they both do good commentary too, and you can get well caught up with a lot of stuff if you follow these people. Freezy, he's a content creator, he's a guy, and he does very good commentary on this case. Very good commentary.
Awesome.
And I would like for you to get it from a man perspective too, you know, because I like to be fair. You know
yeah, no, same way. I actually came from another like black man's channel, and I asked the question of like, you know, how does the appeals process work in like Texas, right? And like, could he be acquitted, or how does that work? Because this is yeah, and I think for me it's because I grew up outside of the United States, and I'm obviously American, right? But I've lived in different countries. I'm trying to get citizenship outside of the United States now, right? And it's like it's interesting to me that American law like hits this hard, especially Texas law. Like I heard rumors when I lived in Minnesota, but I never saw it like firsthand until relatively recently. And so it's I think it's tragic, because one of the things I brought up is like here in Mongolia, had Carmelo been like Mongolian and did this here, he would have been at most 10 years in a juvenile facility. He would not have been charged as an adult. Yes. And the reason now there's problems with the justice system here, but if we compare the legal system, not the social system, not the digital ID and getting jobs, but if we just compare Mongolian law to US law as a 1-for-1, Mongolia does not, like, if I'm 17 and I commit a crime and then I turn 18 while the case is still ongoing, you cannot, the government legally cannot enhance or increase the crime and be like, well, Diamond Dave's an adult now. You can't do that, because at the time of the incident, at the time of the crime or the alleged crime, right, you are a minor, you are a child.
Got you.
So he would have been in a juvenile facility at most 10 years. It's capped, and it's focused on like rehabilitation and reintegration. So now there's issues coming out of the legal system of like finding a job and getting a driver's license and all that. But in America, it seems like, I mean, he was charged. The crime, my understanding was he was 17 when this happened, right? He was 17.
Mm-hmm.
He turned 18 when he was in custody, and that's when they charged him as an adult, correct?
Yes.
That sounds suspicious to me. That sounds like they were like, oh, this is his birthday, let's kind of draw this out and then hit him. That's what that comes off to me, right? And I'm genuinely curious. I don't know if Texas law is drastically different, but I'm kind of curious to do like parallel cases, right? Like if we find a white kid that stabs a white kid on school grounds, right? I highly doubt they would do the same thing. That's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but it just seems like this was intentional.
Because my thing is, okay, they weighed him up 18, right? I mean, shit, he went to court when he's 19 now. So if y'all were gonna, if y'all mindset was gonna railroad this boy, why did you wave him up? Because he was gonna be 19 when the trial started, which he was 19. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all was gonna have the same mindset y'all got now when he was 19 years old. So my thing is, why to wave him up?
I'm gonna do a shot in the dark here. I have zero evidence, but having lived in other countries, I do know that families, families of victims who have connections, they can pull some strings. I'm wondering if that could be going on here, because it doesn't make sense. And I mean, I could be wrong. My memory
No, I think
is
it was. No, I agree with you on that. Like,
yeah,
I
well,
just
yeah,
feel like,
but
yeah.
he was confirmed 17, right, at the time. Like he was 17 when it happened, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. So that to me that's suspicious because like you said, if they're going to railroad him and he's 17, I mean, what? They charged him at a specific point, but then they convicted him and sentenced him in the same day, and then like 2 days later or whatever the time frame you said he is, they like moved him in. Right? That's what, a week?
Yeah,
Maybe? That's like really fast. That's really really fast
yeah. I just
to
never
me.
seen nothing like it. I never seen a court sentence someone the same day as they get found guilty, and then the next day they go right to prison. They already had his statement ready for him. They had all of that stuff. Everything was already set in place for this boy. That's just my
Yep.
opinion.
Sure. No, and that I'm again, I don't know every like all the details like you guys do, but I'm leaning towards that as well based off of what people who would disagree, even what they're saying, there's like a parallel here, and I'm kind of leaning toward that to agree with you, right? And that's why I asked earlier um in the chat, like, if Austin was stabbed and the knife was in, did Austin pull it out? That matters because when you are stabbed, you want to leave the knife in. If you tear it out, you do more damage and you can get medical conditions like
You know
pneumothorax.
what? That is so
It,
true. I never thought about that, but you right. That's true.
yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. So allegedly, the knife went into his heart, right? It
Mm,
pierced the heart wall, right? I
mhm.
saw some medical statistics where it's like 80 to 85% of people who are stabbed in the heart and they leave it and they survive, right? Because the heart can still function even though it's impaired. It can still function. If you tear it out, now you don't just have a sucking chest wound, you have an open hole in the heart. And
Mhm.
that's why I wanted to get clear on that because had that situation occurred where someone, Carmelo, whoever, if someone gets stabbed and the knife is in there, they still can't survive. But if that person pulls it out, even though they're attacked, technically the cause of death, if you want to be really really technical, because we all know lawyers like to get technical, right? Well, technically it wasn't the initial stabbing that unalived the person, it's the person who actually removed it. That's the cause of death. That's why I wanted to know, because if that happened,
That's a
the
great
defense,
point.
the defense should have used that if that was a thing, but I didn't know.
Right. And then, like you said, why they didn't take that knife, and like Sean said when she was up here, why they didn't analyze that knife, send that knife for forensic and do all that stuff. They didn't do any of that. Only thing they want to do is say this is the knife that he used, you know?
Well,
Do we really know
exactly.
that?
It's well, here's what's interesting, because I'm learning about this like tonight and I'm seeing stuff online about it too. But I'm sorry, Scorpio, I can't pronounce your, or Phenomenal Scorpio. Why do you think they have the autopsy report sealed? Well, honestly, something to hide. That's my initial thought. And the reason, again, is if I am the prosecutor, this is a high profile case. This case is causing racial tensions. This case is rife with conspiracy theories. If I am the prosecutor, I'm going to do DNA on the knife. I'm going to follow everything by the book. I'm going to leave the autopsy open, and I'm going to make it public information so you all know I am doing my job correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I am going to cover my own ass. This is basic human behavior. Right. This is basic human behavior. You cover your own ass and you make it public and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is the evidence, and this is what I'm charging them on. So everyone can see. The fact that evidence is being sealed, the only reason, and this is just my opinion, but the only thing I can think of that would cause a human being to be deceptive is if they have a greater incentive to be deceptive than they do to be transparent.
Okay, I like the way you talking. I like that. I like
I mean,
that.
and again, this is just my opinion.
No, because you being fair. You being fair.
I could be wrong here. I could be wrong here. I mean, maybe
It's
this is a
okay.
legal thing. Yeah, maybe it's a legal thing. Maybe they have the right to do that. I don't know. But just the human instinct is, right, the only way I can see it. And I mean, you see this in, like, set aside the case. You look at banking, right? Why did Wells Fargo and the big banks give the black community subpar loans, knowing they couldn't pay it back just so they could take their houses and cause a financial crisis in 2008? Well, because there was a greater financial incentive to be dishonest than to be honest, right? If someone, like, as human beings, we go off of incentives, we go off of benefits, and we go off of like long-term things. So yeah, I honestly think there may be an incentive for someone somewhere, not saying the prosecutor, but someone somewhere, to hide things instead of to be transparent. I
Right.
can't see any alternative.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because that's why I say I want you to follow this story, because people, you're going to see different content creators come up, pulling up different things. They're going to say different things. Now, me personally, myself, I feel like he was not a good attorney.
Yeah. I don't personally think I'm qualified to say whether or not someone's a good attorney, although I am kind of surprised the defense was not as aggressive as I expected them to be. Just because, I mean, I've had friends that go through like the legal court system, right? And I mean, defense attorneys or defense attorneys usually go pretty hard. That's like their job. So I guess from a personal point of view, I expected the defense to be more aggressive, both with jury selection as well as like, cross-examining, evidence refutal, presenting their own experts and evidence. I was expecting a lot more than what actually happened.
I was too. I can agree with that. Yeah. And I mean, have you ever seen a case this big ends in a week and a half?
Honestly, not that I can recall. Because like, I mean, okay. I'm going to be honest, not that I can recall, because I mean, like, I grew up in like the early 2000s, like just after like Columbine, right? So I mean, like we see school shootings all the time, and what happens? Like, look at Sandy Hook, right? We saw it for what, 2 days, and that was it. Do we even remember how that, like, we know the person's guilty, right? But I mean, do we even remember the particulars of the case? No, it's just like, oh, it was done, dusted, and like people moved on.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a sad story too. Very, very sad.
And it's international, because I mean, even though I follow US news sources and that's how I see it here in Mongolia, my wife sees that. She's Mongolian, right? So I mean, like, I have friends in India and back in the UK, other parts of the world, they see this case, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're in freaking Gujarat, India. How do you know about this? And they're like, oh, we see it on the news. And it's okay. Well, so it's somebody in the chat, I don't know if it's this chat or another chat, be like, the whole world is watching, and like this whole case is just kind of like an embarrassment, right? And it's like, well, I don't know about the embarrassment part, but other countries are watching. There are people that are aware of it globally through their,
the whole world is watching this. Yeah. And how do you feel about the judge didn't let no cameras in the courtroom?
So, all right. So for me, it's a mixed bag. On the one hand, again, transparency is good. But on the flip side, I can see the logic in this particular case, because it is such a high magnitude. It is international, right? And these cases tend to become a circus. Just high magnitude cases, when there are cameras, they tend to become a circus, and things get out of control online, right? We've seen this historically with, serious cases, or even like serial killers, where there have been judges that be like, you know what, this is too hot. This is too hot. We need to like focus on this and not kind of fuel the public flames. We need to do justice, right? So honestly, I'm not sure. It can go either way for me.
Okay, got you. I accept that. I definitely accept that. But yeah, keep up with the case. Keep up with it. You know, keep up with it. You know,
I still am. Yeah.
And you always welcome on my platform. You know, I like your honesty. I like you was respectful. You know, and you always welcome up.
Well, thank you.
You know,
I
anytime if you know. But I would definitely want you to keep up with it. You know, so you can learn more about it, and because every content creator got a different perspective of how they see it. So that's just what it is. You feel me?
As someone pointed out, there's like AI videos floating around already too, and it's like that. I think that's the problem with just the technology age that we live in now, because there are bad actors who want to capitalize on this, right? But also too, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Because you want to keep things in-house and you want to like keep, for lack of a better term, keep the case as sterile as possible. So it's opposed to like objective facts as opposed to like feelings and conspiracies, like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So there's a balance, but I feel like there are people in the chat. Some people said that is self-defense, and self-defense I could go either way with. But even if it's not self-defense, he was a child and did dumb. I mean, the whole situation is tragic, right? Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with children, and growing up, we never thought about like solving our problems with weapons in general. We never thought we needed weapons if we were bullied, right? So something changed in the culture. So I think it's sad all around. But even if
it definitely is.
And I mean, even if it's not self-defense, it's the whole, I mean, he's a first offender, right? All right, he's got suspended for fighting. Okay, who hasn't? I have, right? Like, who hasn't?
Yeah.
But I mean, from a criminal standpoint, he's a first offender. He's 17. I mean, 17-year-olds, like, even if they have weapons, they often like just psychologically aren't aware of the damage that weapons can do in the first place, even if they don't intend to cause harm. Even if he, let's say he had it in his backpack just to feel safe and to have it for self-defense, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we see psychologically in court cases all the time where their brain isn't fully developed. So not only is there's impaired decision making, but there's also like a lack of understanding of just how devastating one stab wound can be to the human body. Because I mean, they're kids. They're not studied.
Now see, Carmelo, he was never suspended. It was the other boys that was suspended.
Oh, really? All right, I retract that then.
Yes, he was never suspended.
Okay.
The other two boys, I think, which was the brothers, the twins, they didn't supposed to have been there.
Oh, okay. I was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can.
No, you good. You good, because I know you you trying to get the story right. So you good.
No, yeah. But yeah, so it's like, okay, so that adds a different dynamic. The only thing that I'm still hung up on, and this is just a personal point of view, is and just personal experience, right? Having lived in other countries. So like from my perspective, carrying a weapon, you only do that if you intend to use it, right? And like here, and even in other countries that I've lived in, it's if you have a weapon on you, it's assumed to, like, you're assumed to cause trouble, and having a weapon on you implies premeditation. But America's very
I mean, you got a lot of people now that carry weapons, but they're not carrying it because they want to harm somebody. They wake up and say, I want to harm somebody. A lot of people carry weapons for their safety. Not saying they're going to harm somebody, but saying if someone get in my way and harm me, I'm going to defend myself. So I think that's what it was with Carmelo. I don't think Carmelo woke up and said, I'm going to do this to this guy today. I think he probably always took this weapon with him for his safety purposes. But what I do think that his defense attorney did not come out at all to defend why he had this weapon on him. That was his job to do that, and he did not do that.
Well, yeah, and exactly, because this is where, like, this is a difference between culture and law, is because culture, it is acceptable to carry a utility tool, a knife, a weapon for self-defense. But like you said, he most likely, and I would agree with that, I don't see him waking up one day and says, I'm going to stab a white dude. I don't think he did that at all. Right. But the way the law interprets it with the
right, I agree with that. Right.
So, and again, this goes back to him being a kid. He doesn't know the law. Most adults don't know the law. I don't even know all the laws, right? And I'm an American, right? So it's like he probably just wasn't aware that having a knife on him in that situation would be interpreted legally as premeditation. So I guess I can see that point. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, because I don't think he woke up with the intentions to do anything like that. And I don't know if you've seen this video. When, you know, he broke down, he cried and stuff. You know, it really hurted my heart to see him cry like that. It really did. You know, as a still 17-year-old child, you know, he broke down, he cried and stuff. That really hurted me to even hear him cry like that. And that's any child. It doesn't matter the color of the child. That's any child. You know, I felt like, you know, he was hurting. He was in pain. You know, he didn't mean to do what he did. You know, he just wanted them to not bother him. Don't touch him. Leave him alone. You know, so it really hurted me. Color have nothing to do with it when it comes to me. I can't speak for nobody else. I can only speak for me when it comes to what happened. But I do believe that when it came to the case coming out, the trial getting started, it turned into a race bait.
Yeah, it turned into racing. And like, I mean, people are saying the knife was not illegal in Texas. Yeah, and I think that would boil down to like how Texas law interprets that, right? Because I've been seeing people talk about like that enhancement of premeditation, and that's why I got hit with murder, yada yada yada. And it's like, okay, fine. But
yeah,
like,
that's why I say follow the case. You're gonna have now. I'm gonna be honest to you. When you follow this case, I can't tell you who to follow and who not. And I wouldn't tell you that. But I will tell you this. You're going to follow some content creators that may not be on Carmela's side. But you still have to use your own judgment, how you're viewing it and how you're looking at it. You understand what I'm saying? Because I want to be fair with it. Right? Like me personally, myself, I'm going to speak for me. I'm on Carmela's side 100%. So I don't follow people that's against him. Because me, I have self-control with myself. And I don't want to go in nobody else's house because I say this is their house because that's their platform. I respect their opinion. I respect how they view the case, how they see the case, if they're not on Carmela's side. You feel me? So I don't listen to them. That's me, how I speak for me as an adult and having self-control.
No, yeah, that's completely valid. I float around and I'm trying to get like all sides, and I take everything with like a grain of salt here because it's like
absolutely
that's really all you can do with open book. I'm just, don't mind me, I'm just subscribing to the people you sent. No Cap looks familiar. Am I subscribed to that one already?
I mean, yeah, because I'm straight up Carmelo supporter. I mean, Carmelo supporter. I'm straight up his supporter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go against the grain. I feel like this boy was railroad in those courts. That's how I feel about it. I feel like this boy did not get a fair trial at all. I just don't like the things that they did. I really don't. I don't like the things that he did. You know?
Well, and this is, I think, a larger problem with the U.S. because, like, it became a race issue. But if you have 50 different states with 50 different state laws and interpretations of state laws, there's no cohesion. You know what I mean? And this is kind of like my personal beef with the legal thing in general, because legal system in general, because there are so many cases just throughout the U.S. and they're all treated fundamentally differently. You can have,
and hold on one second. I want to be rude, y'all. Listen, everybody come on my platform. I let them have their opinions. If you new to my channel, you have to get to know me and who I am. If you new in my chat, the people has been following me for a long time. They know who I am. Okay. When I cover a case, I want to be fair with the case. It doesn't mean that I'm not for Carmela. I am for Carmela, but I let people also come on my platform and say how they feel. I am an open platform. I am an open-minded person. I am a smart person, and I am an intelligent person. Okay? For all the ones that's new in my chat and don't really know who I am, this is the person I am. I am a fair person. I get now, long as nobody don't come on my platform and start talking reckless about him, about his mother, his father, I'm cool with people' opinions. Okay, Open Book can tell you how I am. Barbara can tell you how I am. Anybody that's been with me for a long time can tell you about me. Okay, I am a fair person. I'm not mean. I'm not evil. I let everybody have their opinions of how they want to have their opinions. Long they don't come up here with the racist stuff. Long they don't come up here dogging out Carmelo or anything like that. I am open to opinions. That's just me. And that's how I am. I always ran my platform like that. How other people run their platform, I have no problem with it. They can run the way they want to run it because that's their house. This is my house over here. So I want to make that clear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. Actually, I'm seeing this in the chat because I have not heard of this particular point that Hello Barbara made. The weapon in question has an M on it.
Yes, that was true. Yes, I did see that.
That has been confirmed.
Yes, that been confirmed. Yes.
That explains why they're sealing things then. I can almost guarantee you at this point that Carmelo's family has some ties to the court system at this point. I could almost guarantee that. Just because, again, I've seen how these cases go down. So that's no,
and maybe too. Maybe that could be a little confirmed why they really didn't show it in court. You know what I mean? Because they didn't really show it in court.
Yeah, and that's another issue too, because even in open and shut cases, the prosecutor, once again, who do their job, the prosecutors will throw everything at them, even if it's like, whatever the weapon is. They still demonstrate it, even though it was obvious that was a weapon that was used. They still do it anyway, and they do DNA on it. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that was done wrong. A lot of things, it really, listen, to be honest to you, it was nice that I went to bed with headaches because as this case was going on, I was praying for the people that was out there covering the case, because there was just so much going on, I stayed on my platform late nights, late afternoons sometimes because I wanted to keep my people informed of what was going on the outside of the courtroom. I would get off my platform. I would have headaches, so sometimes I take a break because sometimes I do get overwhelmed. I do feel like I need a break every now and then. So that's why on Saturdays and Sundays, I try to, recruit myself and, and take a break. But, I have one, business partner and she's in the chat now. And I want you to follow her platform also too, because she do content on it. So when you jump down, you can jump back in the chat and I can get her to drop her link and you can click on it and you can follow, her also. Like I said, you follow who you want to follow. I can't tell you who to follow, but like I said, you're going to get different perspective in everybody platform, So what you do, you just sit back and just, because one thing about me, I sit back and I observe before I go on people chats. I'm an observer. I've always been like that all my life. I like to observe.
Same, yeah. And no, I appreciate you guys having this channel because I remember when when it first came out, the Carmelo Anthony case, there was so much hubbub and stuff, and it's very easy to get lost into it. But the more I'm seeing on it, and the more I'm floating around between quote unquote both sides, the more I'm actually questioning the validity of the case because it doesn't pass the smell test, right? This is not a normal quote unquote murder case. And this is even like if it's a textbook open shut case, which is how they railroaded it, right? He did it, open trial, shut, closed, whatever, put him in prison. Even for a sped up trial, this doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to jump down. Thank you for letting me.
You're welcome. And I like your input, and I like you. You was very respectable and everything. And I appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Okay, y'all. So okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me dissect for a minute. All right. Hey, Open Book. You see how folks trying to throw us off. Carmelo said he did what? Thanks for letting me on. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Open Book, can you drop your link for him so he can follow your channel while you're in the chat, please? Yeah, he was cool. OG, he was, and me, y'all got to get to know me, the new ones, cause I'm a cool person. Like I try to be respectful to everybody. I'm not about the color of the skin and none of that kind of stuff like that. I'm just a respectable content creator, y'all, and I like to hear from everybody. You know what I mean? As long as they're respectful to my chat, and as long as they're respectful to the panel. I try to be respectful to everybody. I get that from my mom. Before my mom left this world, my mom was always respectful to people. You know what I mean? And my mom always taught me, as long as someone treats you with kindness and respect, you do the same back. So I got that from my mom. My mom is no longer here, but I hold that. I hold on to that. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Open Book. Thank you. So he can subscribe to your channel. Yeah. So I'm just that type of person, y'all. I try, and that's why I think I like Freezy, because he got a little bit, energy like me. You know what I'm saying? He be respectful to people that come on his platform. I like the way he run his platform. I try to be respectful to people, y'all, for the most. You know what I mean? And I want people to be respectful to me too. So, I mean, I can get a little ugly if you get ugly with me, but that's not me. I don't like to be that type of person because it doesn't do nothing for you. D, can I come up? Sure, Open Book, man. Why you ask me that? Don't make me fight you. Ray, Ray, are you here? Can you drop the link for Open Book, please, if you're in the chat, Ray? Oh, thank you for subscribing to her channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So did you do? Hold on, Open Book. I got you. Because I don't know if Ray in the chat. Hold on, I got you. Got you, sis. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Open Book, check your phone. Okay, there we go. Hold on, y'all. 1 second, baby. Hold on. Trying to make sure I'm updated with the comments, y'all. Oh my God, I think I done went too far behind. Okay. Hey, sis.
Hey, sis, how you doing?
I'm okay, sis. Sis, I love everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I had just got back in here, so I didn't even see what had happened.
Yeah. I think he was very respectable. He said he just filed in the case. He's trying to, abreast himself with it, and he was cool. He was cool. That's what I'm gonna say. He was cool. I don't think he said anything wrong or anything like that. I don't think he did at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody is some people are. Can you hear me good, D?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I enjoyed the part that I did hear, and he gave a different perspective about the different states also having different laws. Well, one thing may look, this way in one state, it may not look the same way in another state. So you got to decipher between those things. So that's a good perspective as well. But I didn't hear the other things that he had said too. But he was very respectful.
You know, he was saying that Carmelo was a child at the time, and he felt like they shouldn't have waved him up because he was a child, and in their state, they would have never waved him up. He would have stayed fighting this crime as a 17-year-old.
Right. And
he said he felt like they was wrong for doing that.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. I felt like
Definitely.
they was wrong too.
Now I wanted to clarify. Oh, and D, I got to catch you up on something, another video about the boy in the trash can boy, the one that went to the trash can.
Okay.
I didn't realize the boy went back to the trash can afterwards when Carmelo was getting consoled on the field by the coaches. He snuck and went back into the trash can and ran off. I never knew that part.
Are you serious, Open Book? Tell me it ain't so.
I couldn't believe it. I said, now, wait a second. No, wait. He went back to because at first we could assume, oh, okay, he looked like he put something in the trash can. But why would someone be digging in the trash can during this whole thing taking place?
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate that. Thank you, Barbara.
Austin.
So, wait, Open Book. He ran. Okay, he ran to the garbage can, right?
And
at what point did he come back? Well, when he threw it in the garbage can, at what point did he come back to the garbage can?
Okay, so the video shows, because I was like, hold up, this is so weird. I was trying to understand, because it seems like Carmelo's body popped out up over the tent out of nowhere, but you still saw commotion happening under the tent. Okay, so I hadn't been like understanding that part because I'm like, well, who are they beating up on if he is already up out of the tent? So then it shows the one guy, it was multiple ones. One went to the left of the screen. The one guy takes off running, but he goes to the trash can and it looks like he's putting something. He runs back to the left. So then if you fast forward through, then you see the coach and they have Carmelo highlighted. And so they're walking back. Hold on one second.
No problem. Wow, I got to go see that. Because I did see him throw something in the garbage can. Wow.
Okay, I'm sorry. So then you see Carmelo on the track, and the attention now is on Austin. Then the attention is on Carmelo. Everybody trying to talk to him, keep him there. So then all of a sudden, if you have to look and pay attention to behind him, because we were so focused on, I'm saying me, when I'm watching that the first time, I'm not focusing on the trash can. I didn't notice that part at first. Well, behind them, the guy goes back into the trash can. Then he takes something out, puts it into his pocket, and takes off running to the right.
Wow.
And so he keeps going. It's I don't know if you want to play it or not. It's on Lakeisha was showing it from a TikTok video. The lady was explaining it. But I never seen the guy go back to the trash can. So that part, that needs to be highlighted. And then this morning, you may have been in the live this morning where we were talking about the different stab wounds, because this kind of coincides with that.
Yeah, I was in your live. I heard it.
Okay, so if they are still fighting behind or under the tent and Carmelo's out of the tent, is it possible that one of them could have cut Austin themselves and got rid of that evidence?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Because they were still moving. They were still going at it, and he was out of the tent. And so those that didn't hear, there was I went to CBS News, and they have like their summary of what each witness was saying. So there was a coach, a head football coach at Heritage High School. He had stated, now this is the only place where I saw him put into his words where Carmelo said, I stabbed him. He said that he had put his arms around Carmelo's shoulder and he walked around the track, and he asked Carmelo what he did. He said, Carmelo said he put his hands on me, I stabbed him. So I was like, because I didn't hear him admit that to the police. He just said, I'm not alleged, I did it. Now, we don't know at that point what he was admitting to, because he also asked, was Austin okay? So then the same witness, Hooper, said when the defense questioned him, he said that he felt Carmelo's emotions were genuine and he didn't try to run from him. He also said, I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in. So I'm wondering, well, what spot did Carmelo think that he stabbed him in for him to say that on the stand?
Right. And then where did they get the abdomen from? Where did that come from?
Okay, so then it was another witness the prosecution called named Joshua Redman. And so he was the Liberty High School defense coordinator. So he said he was at the meet and he said all of a sudden there was just panic and scatter. He said that he saw Austin Metcalf, got him on the ground, put pressure on the wound. So this is not somebody who's observing from a distance. He's applying pressure to the wound. And he asked another coach to call 911. So Redman, now this is in quotes from CBS News, says, at the time, it was a pretty good sized wound in his abdomen. He didn't say in his chest. So why is this coach saying that he was applying pressure to Austin's abdomen? And we've been hearing chest all of this time. So then if you think about now going back and we're piecing some of this together, they are still going at it underneath the tent. Now it was stated that Carmelo was sitting down. Is it possible that the stab that he thought he did was to the abdomen? But then it comes out that it was to the chest. If you look at under the tent when Carmelo pops out, somebody does motion to the top of that other figure. Now I can't say which figure that was, but the movement was more up towards the top of the black figure. So then they take off. So one takes off to the trash can, then another side goes to the left of the screen, but we can never see that left side of the tent right there because it goes out of view. The other guy takes off running, and then he's out of view because they so focused in on Carmelo on the track.
Open book. Remember when this first started? Remember when Karen came in my chat that day, and Karen said he got stabbed in the abdomen. Remember she said that, and I was like, "You sure, Karen? Karen been said that."
Yeah, I heard that, but I didn't know I didn't know where that was coming from because the whole time we've been hearing he got stabbed in the chest. This is where the autopsy report is going to be important because if a witness, this is a prosecution witness, if y'all want to see for your own selves, it's on CBS News when they were doing the transcripts. I went back to the beginning this weekend. And so I was like, well, why is the coach that was talking to him? First of all, he said he was asking Carmelo, what did he do? So I want to know in quotes, did Carmelo actually say I stabbed him? Or are you adding that because the other coach just told you that it was a stabbing and you're saying, oh, Carmelo said that, let me go to where his words are. He said that Carmelo told him he put his hands on me. I stabbed him. Did he specifically say I stabbed him? Or did he say I did it? We're still trying to see what is the it. Because for him to still be asking, oh, is he okay? Or he didn't think he was going to die. If you are trying to stab, or if you actually stab someone in the chest, that is a vital organ. So my first thought, if I stab somebody in the chest with a knife, is, oh, Lord, they probably out of here because that's a vital organ. But for him to say, is he okay? Or thinking he might not die, then it may have been an area where, okay, I heard him, but, I don't know if it had gotten to that point. So at that time, they didn't know that Austin was dead. So he can't be admitting to murder because he didn't know that he had died at that time. None of them knew. The police officers didn't even know. So then this same witness is questionable if you're saying that he said that, but then later on when the defense questions you, you say, oh, I don't think he thought he stabbed him in the spot he stabbed him in. Well, where did he say he stabbed him? That's a missing little blank right there.
Yep, I agree. I agree. That boy, I don't trust him. Open book. I didn't trust that boy. That
Which
little
one?
fake friend, the fake friend.
Oh yeah, I don't trust him. And he might have been one too. And then what's so ironic, in the arrest report, the kids were running to the police, telling them where to find the weapon. Oh, go to bleachers 9 and 10. It's on the bleachers between 9 and 10 by aisles.
Oh, wait a minute, Open book. I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, let me get to your comment, because sometimes I don't like to address stuff, but sometimes I got to address stuff when people don't make
I ain't even
sense.
looking at the chat, just running my mouth.
Okay. Now, if Carmelo would have stabbed him multiple times, okay, they would have said that. Okay. So that's not even true that Carmelo stabbed him multiple times. So I'm going to time you out for a little while until you can understand what's going on over here, okay? And you can come back a little bit later, I guess, because I don't want to be thrown off track or anything like that. So I just don't know what you're talking about, child. Just, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Because Carmelo did not stab him multiple times. That means Carmelo would have just kept stabbing him. And everybody would have seen that if he would have kept doing that. That would have been plain view right there. Go ahead, Open book.
And my thing is, I don't have to lie. I'm looking at as I'm talking to you, I'm looking at what they see right on the CBS News, who was in the courtroom. Now, if y'all got a problem, go talk to CBS News. Okay, because I'm only reading what they're saying, and we're discussing a video that is now public. Okay. So that's what he stated. He's one of the people that was applying pressure. So you mean to tell me this coach does not know the difference between an abdomen and a chest? I'm not understanding. He put that, this is what's put in on CBS News. Now, this is where the autopsy report comes into play. Because unless they're going to all be a part of a cover-up, they should have the right. And I'm surprised the defense did not have that posted, that autopsy report posted up in the court. Why are they, especially in an murder situation, how come we don't have the real weapons? How come you don't have the autopsy report posted up? Y'all know how they put it on the screen for everybody to see. It was nothing just really outlined there that really was big evidence. Okay. Yeah, he has some pictures of Edwin, Carmelo trying to defuse that he was a lie, but he needed to be diffusing where these cell phone records said to see if he texts the brothers to come on over to the stadium. Okay, some of those lies. What other text messages were in your phone? What other pictures or videos were in your phones that day as well? That's what they should have been getting him on. Not, oh, y'all know each other. Look at these pictures of you and the grandma. Look at these. Okay, good. You caught him in the lie. Now, where are you going with that?
Mm-hmm. Now, was you in the chat when Sean was on the panel?
No, I was for a little bit, but then I had to leave.
Yeah, she made a lot of sense. Now, I'm going to tell you what she said, Open Book and Man. You talked about behind the scene, girl.
Uh-oh, what part?
She said that damn Diamond Man effed up when he told that family to keep their mouth shut. And not letting him in that interview.
Right. Well, what was his purpose, I guess? What would have been his purpose there? Because they were really coming out at that time for that press conference. The only reason, allegedly, that Dominique said they were coming out was to clarify some things that were getting out about the funds that they had, and people were lying, saying that they were using the funds on different things. So they had to come out and clarify that because they were about to block the funds, for them to use for the lawyers and things. So why would he be there for something like that? I guess I don't know what his purpose would have been.
I mean, I heard about 3 content creators say the same thing. They should have had allowed him in just to see, you know, what his purpose was before just telling him to get out and leave.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I don't know.
Mm-mm. It's a lot of mixed information here.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, a lot. I don't know how long would take this. Cause I don't know, like I don't know about stuff like that. Like how long will it take for the pill? But I did hear somebody say it can take about 1.5 to 2 years. You know, for the appeal. Sean was saying they couldn't have shut her up, but that was her son.
Right. And also I think that was before the gag order too.
But shit. What's his name? Awesome Father was still doing what the fuck he wanted to do. He gonna have the kids in the damn cookout. Like, come on,
yeah, a
man.
lot of that took place because you know the gag order wasn't put into place until July. So a lot of that, like even when Hunter did the interview, that was before the gag order too, in which that would have been a good time while they were out telling. When Hunter was telling his side of the story, I would have been out with Carmelo telling his side. But at the same time, it could have been him in the butt. So maybe the parents could have spoken up for him instead of him. Because we didn't hear anything from Carmelo, his perspective, what really happened. We're hearing things secondhand. Now, the only thing we can say was from Carmelo was what we heard on body cam.
That's it.
That's the only thing we can say. He never admitted to a stabbing. He never said stabbing. He said did it. What was did it? Okay, because Austin wasn't even unalive by then. So was it fighting him? Was it pushing him? Because did they find his fingerprints on any of the weapons? Where's the forensic evidence?
That's what the guy just said was up here.
Yeah. Where's that? If a coach is on here saying it was a wound to the abdomen, to me, abdomen and your chest are 2 different areas. Now, I think the other young man that was up here, he just said something in the comments. Where was it? He said applying pressure on an upper abdomen could lead to pneumothorax. Basically, the air inside is trapped and builds up with no way to escape if done improperly. So wonder if that was in the autopsy. See, I don't know. You have it, the autopsy. I don't know. I haven't seen an official autopsy.
Yeah, me neither. I think that's fake.
I know that toxicology that was going around was fake because you could tell by the logo that was fake.
That's why I never posted it, and I was not bringing it on my channel because I said, this fake. Everything is not real they're putting out here.
Yeah,
because I was like,
Now, D, I didn't know. I could see the video. I didn't know if you wanted to show that snippet from what I just saw, because somebody had just sent it to me. Where the lady on there was it was showing on another content creators platform that you follow, but she was showing it from a TikTok video.
The Keisha?
With the guy who went to the trash can, and they show when he goes back and takes off.
Oh, I don't got TikTok.
No, she did it from her YouTube channel.
Oh, okay, cool.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can give you the timestamp. It's a certain timestamp. Let me see.
She did a short or a video?
It's a video. It's not a long video, but I could tell you the timestamp. Hold on, let's see. Oh man, my computer frozen. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I may have to go out and come back in.
Somebody said it's fake. Yep. That's why I ain't posted, because I don't like posting, stuff if I don't know if it's true. Oh, you put it through Chat GPT and it's fake? Oh Lord. I wish the mom and dad will. I don't know. Mm-hmm. They need to call Deborah Roberts. Who is that? She an attorney? They did everything in this case wrong, y'all. Everything. They did everything in this case wrong. This is a setup. No one can even tell you when he stabbed him because Austin didn't attack him. You don't see it on the video. Wow. Oh, she's a journalist. Okay, got you. Got you. All right, let me find this video, y'all, because I damn sure want y'all to hear this girl right here speak too. So I do this one tomorrow, y'all. So let's give me a minute. Let me go to.
Oh no, D, do what you were doing. Yeah, whatever you were doing, do it. I just sent it to you for whenever you wanted to. I didn't know you were showing. I thought you had finished.
This right here.
She
was. I want you to hear what she said. What she got to say.
Okay, yeah. Take your time. Go in whatever order.
The right advocate in order to minimize the.
If you want me to stop it, just let me know.
The racial tones that were going to echo, that was very obvious. So
right.
On the back end, I began to try to figure out how I could reach the family. And one way is through social media and your reporting. And that's essentially how Carmelo's father ended up finding my page and my content. But before that, there was this advocate that caused a lot of harm for the family. And we know this because this individual has the reputation that no one in their right mind would utilize him if they knew exactly what's at stake. So
open book, you know what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Lord, this individual reached out to me and asked me if I had access to the family. I would never give this person the light of day, but I didn't have access at that time. But I knew who probably would have had access, which is Lee Merritt, because Lee Merritt lives in College County. He lives really around the corner from this courthouse and not in miles from where this incident happened. So in stabilizing, I find out that he actually gets a hold of this family. Not Lee Merritt, but the individual that was going to cause harm.
Right.
He does a press conference, but before I reached out to him because the people that he put in place had no experience. And for me, I knew, I was like, this family is going to get handed in court.
Let me just ask a question. The people he put in place to do what?
Supposedly represent Carmelo.
Okay, as an attorney, legally
Yes.
represent.
So there were two
Okay,
attorneys.
okay.
Now I'm not going to put this on them because it was him, and he left them out to dry. So he put these attorneys. One is has never tried a criminal case. The other has a minimum criminal experience, and then he had an inflammatory PR person. From the inception, I felt like they were all, well, he was out for money and this PR person. That's just what my gut told me. So I tell him, I was like, these people are not experienced. And I said, why haven't you contacted Lee? Because we know advocates are the ones that do the outreach. You are not expected to reach out to the advocate unless y'all have a relationship that you can just say, hey, and you know that you can reach this person. So I asked him, I said, why haven't you reached out to Lee? And he lied and said, Lee Merritt has a bad reputation in Collin County. And I said, I know you lying. I said, I know you don't know the Lee that I know. You don't know the Lee that I sat in the courtroom when the DA that was covering up Ahmaud Arbery's murder was on trial, and how he streamlined that process for Ahmaud's mom throughout the entire duration. So I knew, I said, this ain't right. So immediately I reported on it, and just so happened he sent me the father's number. And because of the inflammatory behavior and because he likes to attack women, I did what I knew best, and I communicated with the family on the back end. I downloaded Google, and I communicated as an anonymous supporter, just someone that was providing information, legal information, guidance. And I told the father, say, listen, this is a safe space. If you have a question, if you need answers to anything, do not hesitate. I'm here. And up until the point where he does this press conference, the press conference was a disaster. A disaster because he got up there and talked about himself. And then the father of the deceased showed up to the press conference, uninvited. Uninvited.
The father of Austin Metcalf.
Yes, Austin Metcalf's dad showed up. And at that moment, a real advocate would have known what to do. And that's not to throw that father out, because at the end of the day, he lost a son. And they are preparing to possibly lose a son to the criminal justice system. So regardless of
what do you say, Open Book? Because I gotta agree with on that. I felt like they should have let him stay there.
But this is still my issue. I mean, I get it. However, what was the reason for the family even doing that press conference? Was because they were being attacked. They were being, the fund that they had was under attack. They were also getting people doxing them. So they probably were afraid, like, are you on our side, our team? Are we trying to build, something? Like, what was his purpose? I guess that's still my question.
Right. No, I get it.
Purpose? Because
and maybe, you're right, because they was saying the father bought a house, he bought a car.
Yeah, they were part of
all of this stuff. What do you think? Maybe if they would have just let him just stay there until they maybe just see how things was gonna go before just kicking him completely out. I let her finish why she felt the way she felt, that it was a disaster. But I just wanted to see what you had to say.
Yeah, that's my thing. I don't know if he would have heckled them while they were doing the conference. Look at how he acted after the fact when he had an interview. How he really thought of them. So what would have been his intent to come then during they didn't show up at theirs when he was outside talking on the news. This family didn't pop up, oh, hey, how y'all doing? We just coming over here to see what you're talking about. They didn't do that. They would have gotten taken up out of there. So why is he showing up to theirs? So I guess I wouldn't have been rude to him or anything like that. I would have said this is a closed, private, press conference that we're doing for a select team, just like the judge selected his non-legacy media, where they selected who they wanted to be at their press conference.
Right. And then I gotta find that other video, because somebody had said that they would have let him stay to see where he really was at.
Mm-hmm.
And then after everything was over, then it would have came all out. Was he really there for them?
Right. I mean, if he wanted to pray, pause. Okay, we're going to pick up our press conference in a second. Okay, y'all come on over here. Let's pray together. And goodbye. Thank you for praying. Okay. So God bless you. And then we're going to start. You don't need to stay the whole time just to pray. We can pray before it starts. Thank you for coming, showing up, and then goodbye. We're about to get started.
Yeah, I know he had an ankle monitor on. Yeah, I knew he had an ankle monitor. But when they released him on bail, he had to have that on.
So the fact they are both in this situation, separate but equal. One is alive and could be lost to the criminal justice system, and one is never coming back. So in that moment, you're supposed to see compassion, provide compassion, not contact the police and tell him to get him out of there and use racial energy.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
I would have done that.
That's rule number one. A real advocate.
What'd you say, Open Book?
I was saying I wouldn't have done that part. I wouldn't have called the police on him and being mean. I would have said, thank you for showing up. You know, if you're here to pray, let's pray. And then thank you for coming.
Right. And a lot of people, you know, said that they think he was wrong, the African, for calling the police on him, because at that time they felt like he wasn't doing nothing. So why did you call the police on him?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, some people would have said the African should have took him to the side to talk to him to see what his purpose was from being there, you know, before calling the cops on it. You know, everybody had their different opinions about that.
Right. I agree.
The kid would have showed compassion and solidarity, because that would have set the tone and changed this whole narrative. But he decided to do otherwise. That created this whole uproar of just disaster, disputes, disruptions, a racial undertone that lasted, and forced the judge to put a gag order on the case. That's how.
Okay, so repeat that last sentence. That's how what?
That's how we ended up. I believe the gag order ended up being put onto this case because of the advocacy of how that individual handled that press conference and everything that followed.
Okay, so we're going to continue with this. I just want, because you are an attorney, because you are a former prosecutor,
we know Carmelo was not at the press conference.
To this, than like 99% of the people who've been talking about it on social media. Explain to us briefly, what is an advocate? Why is that so important? Because oftentimes, so people will know to get an attorney. Mm-hmm. It may be a family attorney. It may, if it's a criminal case, we need a criminal defense attorney. But an advocate is different than it can be different than an attorney. Explain what an advocate is.
So when you think about an advocate, you can also think of what a crisis management or PR team looks like. But this is an advocate for something that has resulted in a crisis or in criminal in nature. So you want an advocate that stabilize the noise for the family, provide resources, set up things in place, whether it's relocation, resources as far as funding, security, legal counsel. You want this person to come in and literally make it as seamless as possible for the family. And they know that this advocate can speak on their behalf, and they can just speak when needs to be spoken.
The family, because the family doesn't have to be at every press conference. The family doesn't have to do every interview.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And also, an advocate has resources like other individuals that are willing to step in and provide funding that would need to be allocated if this family needs counsel or needs some kind of support, they have that access to these group of individuals that are used to making sure that they can stabilize a family that is in crisis.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So for those just joining, we're speaking with attorney Thelma Anderson. She's an attorney, former prosecutor. She's also a legal analyst. You see her on Roland Martin Unfiltered. We've been on together a few times. She was in the courtroom each day of the Carmelo Anthony trial in Texas, and then that evening she would report on Roland Martin Unfiltered what happened that day in court. Thelma Anderson is a proud two-time HBCU graduate. She earned an undergraduate degree from Southern University, A&M College, and a Master of Public Administration from the University of Texas at Arlington, and her Juris Doctorate from Thurgood Marshall School of Law. As a former prosecutor, Thelma dedicated her career to advancing justice and leveling the playing field within the legal system, trying more than 51 criminal and civil cases. Following her tenure as a prosecutor, she served as a part-time municipal court judge for 2 years. And your consulting firm is the BYOB firm, Build Your Own Business consulting firm as well. How can people contact you? And we're going to go back to the trial.
People can contact me so on my social media. If you don't go to my website, the BYOB firm, which is a website where my business clients will go and seek services, but also on my social media, the Public Opinion Court, there's a link that gives you the ability to meet with me, ask me questions. You can also DM me, ask me questions. There's many ways that you can contact me and reach me outside of my website, but there's also a link in every bio on my social media platforms where individuals can also set up a time to speak to me.
Okay, absolutely. So with this trial, we know that you had 2 teenagers, and we know that Carmelo Anthony was charged with first-degree murder, and this stemmed from an April 2025 death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in Frisco, Texas. Carmelo Anthony said it was self-defense. He stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. This was at a high school sporting event. So one of the things that drew a lot of attention was that there were no black jurors. The 12 jurors, 6 alternates, no black jurors. We know 3 African-American female teachers were struck. It was a Batson challenge. If I remember correctly, they were struck from the jury pool. And the prosecutors, from my understanding, did not want teachers on the jury because this was a school-related event. The event didn't take place inside of a classroom. It was a school-related event. Give us some more insight to that. To me, it sounded like a way to eliminate black people from the jury, but you were there, I wasn't. So give us some insight into that, please.
So when I went on Monday morning because I knew that they were going to be picking a jury on Monday and Wednesday. So Monday was designated strictly for questionnaires. And what a questionnaire does is it allows for the defense or the state to ask questions to potential jurors that could qualify or disqualify them. And one question that I specifically said that needed to be in there was to determine who is a Republican, who is a conservative, who is a Democrat, because that's going to tell you how they're going to navigate on this case. And guess what? That question was in there. But that question, the questionnaire that was provided to the potential jury pool, and I got to see the jury pool, and I was kind of shocked because Collin County is majority Caucasian. African Americans make up under 20% of Collin County. So for me to see some of us in there at a larger number than what I thought we was going to be a dot in that location. Like, you got to look very hard to see, because a dot is real small, but I saw that we showed up. Now, what I
Right.
will say is to potential jurors and anyone that's watching, when you go to jury selection, stop trying to disqualify yourself, because when you
Okay.
disqualify yourself, you take away the ability for that defendant to have a fair and impartial trial. So, and that sometimes means having an African American on their jury, because I tell everybody each and every time, there's not a
I agree
jury
with her.
that has had an African American on there that I.
Go ahead, open book.
No, I was saying I agree with what she just said. You know, I love being a part of the jury. We need our voices in the room because, like she said, it will be fair. You know, if a person felt like, oh, I couldn't really see, we would be in there till Christmas. If I look, we got to talk about this. We even say, 2 hours, and some of that was probably a lunch break just to decide this young man's fate. You know, like.
Yes.
I just feel like they rush through that process, but by being some Black people that did speak up and, like she said, trying to disqualify. Oh, I don't see myself putting a Black man behind bars. Well, you letting somebody else do it. So I mean, you had a chance to be a voice in the room, okay? And at the same time, the way they moving it almost make me think that was just for the public preliminary, and they probably had handpicked who they wanted on the jury. That's just my opinion. Okay. Probably had the application sit to the side. But let's just do it so public thinks, we up here choosing this jury. Charlotte was probably the friends in the neighborhood.
I agree.
But I agree with what she said.
Yeah, I agree with what she said too. Mm-hmm.
That I've had that's not vocal.
Right.
That is going to ask hard questions. That is not a follow the leader type of person. That's why it's important for us to make sure that we are showing up to jury selection and we are not trying to get off just because you don't want to sit on a potential jury. So,
right.
But I'm not saying be truthful, because I saw a journalist say that they should have lied. No, that's not what the law states, and that's not what our DNA has ever produced when we are in front of a court. And we know that potentially we could be held to some kind of responsibility by lying to get on a jury. So I will always advocate to be truthful, but understand that do not use that as an excuse just because you want to get off. Now, when we're talking about the jury makeup, what a lot of people don't understand is that there's a case called Batson. And this is a case that Thurgood Marshall warned us that there should not be preemptory strikes for either side, because you're telling each side that they get to legally discriminate, even though Batson said you cannot discriminate based on race, gender, or age. But we know conscious bias is there. So Thurgood Marshall said preemptory strikes needs to be done away with, but they are still here. So each side get a set of preemptory strikes outside of strikes for cause that you automatically cause yourself if you say you can't follow the law. So they don't have to use a strike for that. That strike is automatic by law that you cannot sit on a jury. So once they get the list of the ones that are strike for cause, they put them to the side and they focus on the ones that are actually still in play. And then they go down and they figure out, okay, why I don't like this person? Why this person? What did they say? What did they do? And you
open book. Barbara got a question for you in the chat.
I think she finish it? I thought she was gonna do part 2 because I didn't see the last part, but she said if you had that much access to Kayla Anthony and seeing she was overwhelmed, just move there. And then I think she was going to finish it. But one thing also that she said about the number of jurors. Okay, it started off with, I think, about 589, almost 600 people.
Damn, really?
But the judge, it was a lot. I don't even know why all those people parked. It was a lot of people. But if the judge is saying, okay, if they are starting off with that number on Monday, and then the judge is saying by Wednesday, I want this number knocked down to 250 or less, that means you have to go through what, 400 people questionnaires. So how is that being done with fidelity if you really technically have one day to knock out 400 people? Okay, so imagine the number of people that could have been in a pile that they didn't get to or just trashed to the side, because they should have been able to take their time with the process. They rushed this trial, and it's not fair. If anything, that's not fair. Yeah, it was about 605. I think one report said 589, so it was up in there with 600 people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. So how many Black people were in the list that never got reached, that they never looked into? So it's like, I feel like the judge was too adamant on his restrictions in this trial. And then the lawyers should have been more vocal if they wanted to do things with fidelity and say, look, excuse me, judge, but we have quite a few number of people that have shown up for jury duty. We appreciate them even taking the time to come and be a part of their civic duty. Could we have possibly until Thursday or Friday?
Yeah. Because one day is no way open book. One day for 600 people.
Yeah, to go get that number down to 200 or 250. Then they went down even more to get to the 12 and the 6 alternate within, I think, a day. That's crazy work. So they had to rush throughout that process. It seems like everything was rushed. Even 21 witnesses being called by the prosecutors. 21 witnesses? And you mean to tell me y'all finished in a day and a half? Come on now. Yeah. 2 witnesses from the defense. That's crazy. That they rushed his whole trial. It should have originally, they said that trial was going to take between 2 to 4 weeks. That trial took less than a week, pretty much a week.
And that's what Sean said when she came up here. Sean said she never seen no, even the guy came up here and said he never seen no trial like that. And me and you talked about it. I never seen a murder trial take a week and a half. You go to jail the next day to prison. You get sentenced the same day. You get your time the same day. I just never seen nothing like that in my life.
All of this was already, in my opinion,
it was already planned out, open book.
Yeah, they already knew. They had the bus probably was there while the jury was in the back deliberating. They had the bus to the prison. Probably.
Hey, open book. They had already had his prison number, all of that.
Yeah, they already had him to play. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't trust it.
I didn't trust neither one of them from day one, especially after all the stuff that Nikma Knight was saying and Queen Sheba was saying and North Carolina Beat was saying when they was covering that story. I ain't trust none of it. I knew then it wasn't right. That there was some flawed shit they did in that courtroom.
Yeah, no, I didn't say the trial lasted 2 days. I didn't say that. I said the jury.
No, you ain't say that.
No, someone said it in the chat. I said the jury selection for the prosecutors and them getting it down to 200. The judge gave them 2 days to do that part, from Monday to Wednesday. They had Tuesday off. So they had, this trial lasted about a week. It didn't last the original 2 to 4 weeks that they wanted it to last.
Right.
So they wanted to get everybody outside of that courthouse, that parking lot, and they know that this theme park is opening up July 1st. They wanted all of this.
Oh, boy, you ain't fucking with that, right? You said no.
My son mad, but hey, we got a purpose, son. You gonna learn early on.
Hey, Buttercup, baby, how you doing?
Hey, Buttercup. Yeah, it was about a week and a half for the whole process. How do you have a whole murder case? Don't show the evidence, jury of 600 people. Like, if you think about,
let me ask you a question. Did they ever show the did you hear anybody ever say that they showed the jacket? Or did they show any of that stuff?
I think they show pictures of the things like in his backpack and the jacket and the coach's jacket, the weapon, pictures of it. But I don't know what all they brought into the court. Like, I've never heard of an murder case where you don't have the actual evidence, where you don't have the autopsy blow up on the screen so you could show where the actual weapon was, and I mean where it cut him and all of that. So I mean, maybe they did. I don't want to say they did, but I'm hearing certain things.
That's why I asked you, did you hear it? Because I didn't hear it. I never heard no one say anything about the hoodie, the shirt he had on. I just never heard nobody say anything about it. That's why I asked you, did you hear it?
Yeah, I don't know how much of that they brought. Yeah.
Oh, she said they did. Oh, they did? Okay. She said they did. Because I didn't actually hear nobody say it, so that's why I asked. All right, we'll finish listening to what she got to say.
That stood out was the weapon. I was like, well, now people were saying they brought a replica or a picture. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of that happening.
You have to have a legitimate reason. You can't just say this is why without having a legitimate reason. So when you get to your strikes, and specifically with this particular case, there is no way this judge should not have been alarmed that the state struck just because they were teachers. And they just so have 3 Black women who were qualified to sit on that jury, but there was teachers within that independent school district, but not teachers of any school that was a part of any particular area of this case, whether they went to the school or the schools participated in that track meet. So a real reasonable judge would have verified and sustained a Batson challenge. And even though you sustain a Batson challenge, you know that trial can still go. It doesn't stop the trial from proceeding. But what it says that this judge found more than enough that these individuals committed Batson because it wasn't legitimate reason for these 3 African-American teachers. We educate when we are educated. So they don't like that we're educated. We ain't gonna let these educated teachers go back there because they're going to teach them something that we cannot verify how they're going to do it. So they were struck.
So you're saying that you think that they were afraid that the educators, the teachers, would teach the jurors something when the jurors have their deliberation. Mm-hmm. They would educate them, they would teach them something, and the prosecutors didn't want that.
They did not want that. And I can tell you from picking jurors myself, if this is the kind of case I want teachers, there are certain cases that you want teachers on because they command. People automatically gravitate towards.
No, I never looked into that. Nope, I never looked into that.
Teachers.
And then
because
can I say this a level?
Go ahead.
Okay, so being in education, I agree with her for the simple fact. I also think that a teacher would have been fair in their assessment of both parts, like the procedure. See, they didn't want people to call out the procedures. Like as a teacher, my mind goes to, okay, where were the people in charge? See, they didn't want anyone holding other people accountable, because those are some of the people that they brought in as witnesses. So where were the coaches during this time? So people are going to question the policies, the location of coaches, stuff that they didn't want to actually have to prove. So that's why they didn't want teachers, because you have a different mindset. When you're a teacher, you think through things a little differently on some stuff and all of that. And then it's a whole school process to it. So they think from that perspective as well. So that's why they would not even want to have teachers on there. So I definitely agree with her on that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Because in the beginning, when we said this before on my platform, Open Book, where was the teachers? Why do they leave them kids unattended? Why do they put Austin in charge? And if they did, it was okay to put him in charge. But what you should have did is to let him know that if anything go wrong under this tent and you can't control it, we're over here. Come and get us. You know, if things get too out of hand, come and get us. You do this, you do this, you don't do this, you don't do that. You just left a young 17-year-old to be in charge under a tent under all these children. So he felt like he had the power and the control to do what he did.
Well, my thing too to that, well, he had just gotten into trouble, allegedly, when I'm talking about from the coach, for doing his event and leaving early to go and go fishing. That was one of the reasons he said he took him off the team, because he wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, if you're telling, that was why he wasn't supposed to. So he said he had talked and he gave him another chance and told him he wanted to step up. Now, my thing is this: if you were in charge, though, of being over the tent and helping in that capacity, can I give you this? Hold on.
Okay. Open book is right. She's right. She's
Okay,
definitely
I'm
right.
sorry. So if he was supposed to have been in charge of the tent, getting things together, watching out for the kids, well, where was he? He wasn't there when Carmelo sat down. They were over at a different location. So was he supposed to still be there? And once again, you've left when you should not have left. Did he learn the lesson that his coach was trying to teach him from the other incident? Because why were all of y'all next door? Did y'all have permission to go over there? Who was supposed to have been watching the tent?
That's true.
So that's my question. You know, was he really stepping up? Was that really his job to tell someone to move? Like, I just don't understand. And all of these coaches, because the coach said he had to go right quick to get a crock pot. I was like, going to get a crock pot.
What the hell he was getting ready to cook? Some fish?
Right. They trying to sell. They trying to sell some snacks. You can come on in. They're trying to sell snacks and stuff at the track meet while your team over here falling apart. So that's the part I just didn't understand. Like, was he supposed to be there the whole time, or why were him and his boys over at a different location?
Right.
But he had to go. He said he was going to get a crock pot from somebody across the field. But I guess that's why he wasn't over there, and he was saying he needed some help because a lot of the coaches were on the other side. If you look at the video, and when everything goes down from the angle of being at the home side, a lot of them took off running from that side going over to the visitor side.
Yeah, they did. I seen that. Yeah, I seen that clear. Yeah.
She said they warming up nacho cheese. I wouldn't have even said that. Going to get a crock pot.
What the hell? That fuck they having a cookout in the rain? Girl,
They was selling snacks or what? He went to get a crock pot.
what in the world?
These people crazy.
Yes.
Of trust that is pre-built, and you
Right.
are pre-built to believe what they're saying. So when a teacher breaks something down, that's the skill set
Yeah.
that other people simply don't have, and it's a
Right.
danger to prosecutors when you have a defendant that has a legitimate self-defense claim.
Okay. Exactly. All right. So now there were no African American jurors. There were, from my understanding, at least one Asian juror and one Indian juror. Am I correct?
It was 10 females, one Indian female,
Right.
and there was one, I want to say, Arabian male, and outside
Okay.
of that, everyone else was white.
Right. Okay. Okay. So it wasn't contrary to some reporting, it wasn't, and I'm not saying you said this, but contrary to some reporting, it wasn't an all white jury, but there were no black jurors.
So the proper term, there were 12 non-black jurors.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So I want to make sure that we get that correct here. I encourage people to read this article from people.com from June 4th, 2026. No black jurors chosen for Carmelo Anthony trial in fatal Texas track meet stabbing. Now, one of the things that I came across, and I saw a segment on MS Now of this. I can't remember which show it was. It was a white host, but I can't remember which show. But they had some commentator. I'm not sure if this commentator was an attorney or not, but they said the knife that Carmelo Anthony had was a switchblade. Okay, a switchblade knife. And I wanted you to talk about that because I did some research, and it's not a switchblade knife. It's, from my understanding, it's a knife sold at Walmart for $13. I'm gonna bring up the article from the New York Post of all places, but talk about the type of knife that he used.
Absolutely. So the type of knife is considered on the lower standards of knives. It could either be a knife or what they call it is a tool, a household tool. So it's that small. It's only 3.5 inches. And
the blade.
Yes, and in the state of Texas, it's legal as long as it's under 5 inches for anyone. No matter what age you are, you can legally possess this type of knife. So it wasn't this killer knife. This is a knife that an average person may have in their possession just because.
Okay, absolutely. And this article from New York Post, and trust me, this is not an endorsement of the New York Post. Knife that Carmelo Anthony used to kill Austin Metcalf was $13 Walmart blade with flashlight, and it was actually a Walmart multi-tool that has a flashlight on it. It's like a 6-in-1 tool. Okay, so the knife, I'm trying to zoom in on this so people can see this, because in most media coverage and on MS Now, I ain't hear them talk about this. I heard him talk about the knife. He had a knife. Why did he have a knife? What was he doing with a knife at a track meet? Oh, he shouldn't have had a knife. I never heard any of them say that this was a knife that you buy at Walmart for $13. Walmart multi-tool with a serrated blade, and it sells for $13. Carmelo Anthony's knife came from the Walmart camping brand Ozark Trail and had a 3.5-inch blade. The Collin County District Attorney. Okay, this is what the Collin County District Attorney said. It is a 6-in-1 multi-tool equipped with a flashlight and glass breaker, and is, quote, ideal for someone who hunts, camps, or who travels often, end quote, according to the Walmart listing. So it wasn't a Rambo knife, okay? It wasn't a knife that you buy because you want to go kill somebody. And then they also show the functionality of the knife, things like this. It's 6-in-1 multi-tool. They don't, the way it's marketed, from my understanding and from this article, it's not even marketed, quote unquote, as a knife. Is marketed as a multi-tool that has a knife on it. Okay. Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that was another detrimental blow when the judge decided to put a gag order on this case because of the inflammatory behaviors of the advocate and some more. It wasn't just that advocate, it was this white advocate who wants to be Megyn Kelly, but she's trying to take the place of being the white Candace Owens, but Candace Owens has switched sides. So when you have those type of individuals that are able to create a false narrative and they don't have to correct it.
Right.
Now we know exactly, because that's the The world has been waiting to figure out what was this knife. We would have known what this knife was if it wasn't on a gag order, because guess what? Everything would have been accessible on the portal for us to see what motions have been filed, what's the judge's order, what evidence is being used, what does this knife look like. All of that would have been been visible if this judge did not decide to limit the public's access to this case.
Yes, I agree.
So, but the reason why the judge limited the public access to this case, from your standing, is because of the advocate for the family who mishandled the advocacy job.
Absolutely.
That's basically what you're saying.
Absolutely.
That's basically what you're saying. Okay, so so we see that it's a multi-tool knife. Now, you maintain that. Oh, the other thing was on Roland Martin Unfiltered, if I remember correctly, you talked about a video of the actual incident, of the actual killing, that could not be released to the public, and it showed that Carmelo was defending himself, but also I remember you saying he was surrounded by, I guess, 3 or 4 people. Talk about what you can regarding that, if you can.
So the video, now I'm just going to be totally transparent. They have altered the video since the video's inception.
Ooh,
The state
child,
altered
yes.
it because they sent it over to a forensic video specialist to enhance it. So what they have entered into evidence, we still don't know what the original video looked like, because the video that they entered is only the video of the enhancement, which it wasn't really an enhancement. It from witnesses who was actually able to go into the school, because the school early on allowed for individuals to go in and see the video. And let me tell you, if I was not on my one leg last summer, because I was on one leg, I had ACL and meniscus surgery during this time.
Oh,
So I was precluded, like I couldn't get there. And by the time it had been, they shut it down because it was too many individuals going in and doing things that could taint the credibility of the case. But the video shows Carmelo in the tent sitting with the individual that invited him in the tent. And they show Carmelo,
that's another thing. Yeah, go ahead.
They show Carmelo walking. He wasn't walking as if he was going to the tent. He was walking because he was minding his business, he was getting out of the rain, because his team that was set for the Heat went to warm up, and Carmelo just so happened to go warm up with them, but he didn't stay. So Carmelo is going back to the bleachers and to their tarp, because that's all they had until the other batch of students who was going to come, so that they could have manpower to unload their tent. Their tent was on the way, but they had this tarp because it was only so many of them, because their events was early and they didn't have enough manpower to put their tent up. So you see him walking, minding his business. You can tell when somebody intends to go somewhere, they know exactly where they're going. Carmelo stopped. He was invited into the tent, and you see him sitting. He's sitting with said invitee, who later denied he knew him. Right. Which is insane. Yep. Then you see the Austin kids go in, and we can't see the scuffle. We just know it's commotion going on. Mm-hmm. What we do know is that Carmelo did not initiate. Yeah. He stayed seated. Yeah. He was the first to he was attacked. He stood his ground by sitting down, and he warned him. Nothing about that, mixed with the fact that we have a lack of the real video, where there are individuals who have come out and said the video that they showed in court is not the video that we saw. and it refutes what they said in court. It refutes everything.
Do I got the mods in the chat?
So, okay, let me ask a couple questions here. So, number one, you said that at the school where the killing took place, where the incident took place, the school last year allowed people to come in and watch the video?
Yeah. So the ISD, because this happened in this district, so they allowed
independent school
Yes.
district, ISD.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
So they allowed, if you request.
Listen, we don't have to go back and watch the video, okay? Because Carmelo was supposed to be there. He had a track meeting. What are you talking about? He ain't supposed to have been there. Where did you get that from? You need to go back and watch the video. Who said that he wasn't supposed to be there, honey? Who said that? Tell me who said that. I never heard that throughout none of this trial that he was there and he ain't supposed to be there. Okay? Now, he might not supposed to have been under that tent, but he was invited under that tent with his fake friend. And he sat there because his fake friend invited him. So what are you talking about? You talking nonsense, girl.
Requested to come in to see the video, you could go in and see the video. Absolutely. But they shut it down because there was someone that was trying to record. Like, come on now. Just go in and watch the video,
Right.
and you, because now they done ruined it for everyone else because nobody else can see it.
So is that normal? Well, because you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that normal in Texas if you have a killing that takes place at a school event or something like that? Is that normal for the school to just let people come in? They could request to see the video? I've never heard of that.
I found
before. I'm
that
sorry.
extremely strange because at the end of the day, they are still minors. And if you're telling us that we can't get access to juvenile records because they're attached to minors, then why are you allowing people to come in and see a video?
Now, if y'all can remember, I said that in the beginning. Why did that school allow people to come in and see that video? For one, they was minors. For two, if y'all was going to lie about the whole incident. And for three, if y'all wasn't release the real footage. I said that so many times.
With minors in it. That to me did not make
Right.
any sense at all. But hey, it's Collin County. They do what they want to do out there.
Right. Okay. Now, also, I remember on Roland Martin Unfiltered, you said that Carmelo Anthony was invited into the tent. It was the tent of the opposing team,
Mm-hmm.
right? He was invited into the tent, and
They do what they want to do out there.
Right. Okay. Now, also, I remember on Roland Martin Unfiltered, you said that Carmelo Anthony was invited into the tent. It was the tent of the opposing team,
Mm-hmm.
right? He was invited into the tent, and wasn't it raining?
Yeah.
Was it raining? Okay, it was raining, so he's under the tarp of the tent. But at the trial, the person who invited him, and this was somebody who he knew who invited him to sit underneath the tent of the opposing team. At the trial, the person said they didn't know Carmelo. Is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened. And let me give some context that your viewers are not privy to. So prior to prior to him being invited to the tent, when Carmelo and his team got to the stadium, they initially went and to do a warm-up, like as a team. They have a team warm-up, and then you have individual warm-ups. So during their team warm-up, that's when the rain started, and they ran into and found cover at the dugout. And during that time, the rain was coming, but then an adult came and told them, hey, y'all can't be here. And you know what they did, including Carmelo?
What?
respected what the person of authority said, and they removed themselves, even though it was raining. That adult said, "Hey, you cannot be here," and Carmelo and his teammates, they left.
Now here where?
So at the
Can be
so
can be where?
it's in the same stadium, but they ran
Sure.
to the dugout that's attached to the stadium to get away from the rain, because again, they only had tarp. Their tent was still on the way with the other students. So they ran
Okay.
to the closest shelter, and they stayed there
Okay.
for a few minutes until they were told by an adult they had to leave. That's an irony.
Okay.
That's a big point that I feel like his defense team did not dig in.
Facts. I agree with her on
When
that.
told
I
by an
definitely
adult,
agree.
Carmelo follows the authority of said adult. He don't have to do that
Right.
for a teenager. But now let's get to the tent. He's invited to the tent by an individual named Eddie Parra. Eddie Parra was his friend. Eddie Parra got on that stand and said he did not know Carmelo like that. Now, why he lied like that, I have no idea, because the defense came and impeached him. And impeaching is when a opposing counsel know that you are being untruthful, so they
Yes, Carmelo was there before Austin because the boy invited him in the tent. If you go back to one of the videos, somebody shared, I forgot, you will see Austin walking in the gate. He was walking in the gate with the videos that they just released.
introduce evidence to refute
Right.
the lies that you're telling with the truth that you know it to be and what the evidence purports. So they brought pictures of Eddie and Carmelo at
Carmelo.
his family's, what was his grandfather, somebody's birthday party. Eddie's family member's birthday party. Him and Carmelo taking a picture. You don't just invite somebody you don't know to an intimate family function. Now, they had pictures of them going on double dates because Eddie is the cousin of Carmelo's girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the defense showed those pictures. Because I remember you saying that on Roland Show. Okay. All right. So now you talked about Carmelo's defense team and some problems with the defense team as well. If you don't mind, talk about that.
So so I know I've had an actual trial against one of his defense attorneys, which is Toby Shook.
Okay.
And
okay,
I was disappointed in how unavailable he was during that trial. I don't know Toby to be anything other than a fearless advocate. And I was disappointed in how the lead attorney did everything. And that's not customary when you have a second chair in a defense case. Y'all literally tag team because you know that y'all can wear defense attorneys that are prepared will wear prosecutors out, because guess what? You don't get to see what the defense is coming with, but they get to see everything that you're coming with. So it's like a lot of twists and turns, and prosecutors literally have to stay on their toes in anticipation because they got to.
Because the prosecution goes first.
But the
prosecution goes first.
Go first, and they have a duty, an open file duty, which is under Brady, to turn over everything. They can't leave anything to themselves. So that leaves the defense with what? An advantage in a disadvantage situation, because you got a client that's charged. That's a disadvantage. But you got the advantage of knowing that you can take them anywhere you want to take them. So to see that, one, they did not fearlessly advocate for the inconsistencies of these witnesses that got on that stand and lied.
Yes.
Because we tell people all the time, the best evidence is right near and close in time to the actual incident. Not months later or almost a year when you talk to them. We're talking about if they give a statement right then, that is the best evidence. And that's the evidence that you have to trust as being credible. And anything that comes after, you know, if it's so far-fetched, you have credibility issues with your witness, and you have an ethical duty to make the ultimate decision to not call them, because they have literally changed their story from when they told police. But that's not what the state did, and that's not what the defense challenged. A good defense attorney is gonna get in and out. They're gonna feel like they got a colonoscopy by the time they left for that day. That's the attorney that I know. They're gonna be like, I can't sit down right now. They didn't told me, they didn't went through that with me. So
go ahead.
Go ahead.
So basically, and we're gonna wrap up in a few minutes. So basically, even though you know this was a good defense attorney, it sounds like you don't think Carmelo had a good defense, a good defense team. Okay. Now, also, I know on Roland Martin Unfiltered, you talked about how you felt this was self-defense, and you talked about Texas state law dealing with self-defense, things like that. Explain that, because in mainstream media, this wasn't really talked about. I know that I watched coverage from local news media as well. And one of the news stations said that Austin Metcalf outweighed Carmelo by 83 pounds. Okay. So this was somebody who was larger, and Carmelo said he did it
way bigger.
It was self-defense. He was defending himself. So talk about the self-defense angle.
So in the state of Texas, just like anywhere, primarily self-defense, you are allowed to use self-defense into the degree which you feel like your life is in danger, or you fear imminent harm, based on what the individual who is putting you in that fear, or is the perception of the harm, is doing. You don't have a duty to retreat if it's imminent. You don't have to wait to determine what they're going to do. If they have already acted in such a way, that to me alone is enough to qualify as self-defense in your response. Now, mind you, we are talking about the body composition does matter in self-defense, because a lot of people say you can't bring a gun to a knife fight. You can't bring someone that is over 100 pounds to a fist fight. That's unequal force. So you look at the body composition and the way that Austin was hovering over Carmelo, who was sitting down. That's enough to overboard you in fear, and the fact that he put his hands on him.
So, because Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo.
Yes, and hands are considered deadly weapons the way they are used. I've had several cases where individuals have suffered serious bodily injury just from hands. So you do not get to dictate. It comes from that person's position and how they perceived it, based on what a reasonable person would have done if in the same situation. So when you look at that as a whole, and the fact that the way that the MD described the actual the lateral wound, it wasn't vertical. Vertical gives you that this person intended based on how the force that was used. A vertical wound in a stab is giving intent. A lateral wound gives you some kind of indication of a defense from the individual that had to use it. But we cannot get to a defense expert because the judge denied 5 experts for the defense. So now we got to wait to figure out why he denied those experts, because I guarantee you one of those experts may have testified that the force that Austin was about to use to grab Carmelo pierced his own self into that knife that was already
Right.
positioned based on the lateral wound that it exudes, not vertical. But we don't get that because the judge denied.
Yes,
the
a lot of
defense
people
right
say
to
that about
have
them
experts.
twins.
Now, when you say experts, are you talking about use of force experts? What type of expert? Okay, so the judge denied the defense 5 different use of force experts.
I don't know if it was 5. What I anticipate outside of the use of force, I anticipated a expert on the actual wound that
Right.
could have countered the ME's cause of death. I also anticipate an expert to talk about body composition and what is considered deadly, what can be used as considered deadly force from an individual using their body. I also anticipate that there was an expert to speak on Carmelo's epilepsy condition, because we know, and as a individual whose sister suffered from epilepsy, they have episodes at any moment. And guess what? Their episodes, they can still be walking around looking alert. And you would never think that they are experiencing.
She's telling the truth about that because my son gets some. So she's definitely telling the truth.
Experiencing an episode, but they are not aware because it just comes in on an offset based on stress. So I anticipate that could have been an expert that could have refuted any ability for Carmelo to move, because when you have someone that experienced it on an offset, their body takes over them, and it can be the split second,
or your mom used to have an open book?
Longer than a minute that they're experiencing an episode.
Okay, epileptic episode. When you talked about the lateral wounds and vertical wounds, okay, so vertical is up and down. All right, talk about what exactly is a lateral wound? Are you talking about stabbing like that for a lateral wound? What are we talking about?
Stabbing, like a vertical, is showing the force, like it shows a force. A lateral can show the defensiveness of the individual that had to use it, from a sense of they didn't want to use it, but for you are now putting them in a position to where they have to, and the lateral constitute defensive, and the vertical.
Maybe one day next time I come live, Beb, you can come up. I mean, if you like to.
Constitutes what they have purported as intent based on the force that is used.
Oh yeah, open book. I agree with all of that. I agree with everything. All this stuff should have been said in court. That lawyer was a piece of shit. A piece of shit. He could have talked about that knife, that boy's seizures, his non-criminal records, his grades. A lot of things could have been talked about. This attorney did not do nothing. He hurt that boy. He hurt that boy, and he hurt that boy's parents. That's what he did. He was no good.
And the force, the force, because the knife only went in 2.5 inches.
Yes, I live in Frisco, Texas. I live 20 minutes from the Anthony family. Oh, okay. Okay. Are you all coming back in later? Well, I won't be live no more till tomorrow. I don't know about open book, because I think open book is at work right now. So she might do a live later. I'm not sure. But I won't be by live until tomorrow.
Not entire 3.5.
Right, 2.5 inches. So lateral is like that.
Lateral can be like how. So let's say we're Carmelo, and Carmelo is holding it, and he just goes a little up, and instead of it going straight into like a vertical,
straight in,
it goes lateral. It has an angle.
An angle. Okay.
Ultimately, I think that angle is what hit that artery, opposed to if it was vertical.
Okay. All right. Now, I mean, this is a deep case. So you think that once again, for those just tuning in, Thelma Anderson is an attorney, a former prosecutor, and she was in the
Really,
courtroom
Beverly?
each
I
day
can
of the
believe
Carmelo
that.
Anthony trial,
I can believe
including
that.
during jury selection. Am I correct? You were there for jury
Oh, I
selection
was
as well, and
Jury
then
select, but I didn't go back that Wednesday. I went that Monday for the questionnaire so I could see the entire
Right.
pool before, because they canceled some of those individuals out for Wednesday.
Okay, Miss Green.
right, and then you were there each day of the actual trial as well, and then
I would
each
love to
evening,
have you come up, Beverly. Maybe tomorrow or another day, or whenever you get time, and speak on how speak on the neighborhood and stuff like that, if you'd like to. I know some people don't like panels, some people do, but it's up to you. And this last 4 o'clock, I ran over my time. Y'all, by 2:30, I'll be trying to get off here, but I ran over time today, but it's okay. So if y'all like to hit that link and support my channel, please, you're more than welcome to support my channel. The link is pinned at the bottom.
and on Roland Martin Unfiltered, she would report and give legal analysis, talk about what happened in court that day. So you were actually being there in the courtroom, seeing more than 99% of the people talking about it on TV and on social media, you actually think this was self-defense? Carmelo Anthony acting in self-defense?
Yes,
Am I
it
correct?
was
Okay.
definitely self-defense.
I believe
And
so
even
too.
more so, the brother Hunter who started this, the aggressor,
Austin Metcalf's
yes, the
brother,
twin,
Hunter. Yeah,
the state did
Yeah.
not call him to testify. Know
that's
why?
strange because he was there.
He started it. He's the one that said something to
Oh, wow,
Carmelo
Beverly.
first,
Wow.
and
Right.
then his brother followed suit. So
Right.
they didn't call him because in his media tour, he gave inconsistent statements. He
Okay, Hunter in his media tour, you're talking about doing interviews in the media? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He was doing interviews with the media where he gave inconsistent statements as to the reality of what happened. That one of the major inconsistent statements is that he said that Carmelo, his brother, picks up Carmelo's bag. He never picked up the bag. Then he said,
Okay.
Carmelo, his brother never hit Carmelo. Then he said that he was holding his brother as he was losing his life. That never happened.
Okay,
So
right.
when you have a inconsistent witness, inconsistent eyewitness, this is one of your main witnesses, lie,
Right.
and then the state don't call him, that's a red flag. That should have been every reason for the defense to call him.
To call him. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Now, look, okay. I've never been to law school. I have studied law because I graduated from Wayne State's business school. My degree is in business administration. So in business school, we had to take business law. And at one point, I took basic law in high school because when I enrolled at Wayne State, I originally enrolled as a pre-law major. I was going to be an attorney, but ended up graduating with a degree in business and became a historian. So it's a whole long story, right? But I have studied some law. So I'm like, why didn't the defense call Hunter Metcalf as a witness? I mean, you don't have to have watched Matlock to figure that one out. Okay.
That's
There,
true.
for the life of sweet baby Jesus, because I thought like the defense, Carmelo's dad told me that they anticipated Austin was going to get called. Hunter was going to get called on Saturday. Or no, yes, Saturday or Monday. This is what the family is anticipating. And this is why attorneys, they get to control the strategy.
Okay.
So they can tell you, and then they don't have to do it because it's their strategy. So when I didn't see him get called, I said, I know you lying. I said
Right.
Ray Charles would have called him up there to that stand. Ray Charles
Exactly.
Ray Charles was then turned from blind to he can see.
Right.
And it was more individuals that they didn't call that warranted them calling. And I'm just like, did y'all even try? What have y'all
Right.
done for the
I
last
believe that
year?
too, sis. And you
That
always
warrant
say
y'all
that.
only
I agree.
calling
I believe he
6
was working with them too.
witnesses.
Yeah.
One was a good witness for them that should have been a state's witness, but the state didn't call them because
6 witnesses for the prosecution or the defense.
So,
6 witnesses.
6 witnesses for the defense, and it was 20 for the
Right.
state.
How many for the state? 20 what?
Mm-hmm.
21?
Yes, 21.
21 for, okay, 21 for the state, and only 6. Because I remember Roland talking about this. He said, you know, you don't call friends as character witnesses, you don't call relatives, cousins,
Right.
things like
None
that.
of that.
You
None
know,
of that.
For Carmelo, only 6
Neighbors, nobody.
you know, only 6 character witnesses will call for Carmelo.
Well, no. This is the case in chief.
Okay,
This is
so
case
6
in chief.
witnesses.
This is evidentiary witnesses. But in the sentencing,
Witnesses, yeah.
they didn't
Sentencing, right.
call any that. See, what a lot of people don't know about sentencing, the barriers that you have in the case in chief is now removed. You get to get you can put your witness up there, and you get to lead them. They get to tell you any and everything about the person without the guardrails of the federal rules of evidence that prohibits us from certain pieces of information coming in during the case of chief that could or could not be relevant or violate one of the rules of evidence. But in the sentencing, it's like having a conversation. So when I saw, first and foremost, they should have never went straight into sentencing.
Fact.
They should have allowed for this to marinate.
Yes.
Overnight.
Because the sentencing happened the same day as the verdict.
Same day. And
Right.
Told
you only
found that
called
suspicious.
his mother. And see, that's another thing I have an issue with. You should have never called his mom first because, one, emotionally, this woman is over there going fucking through it. This is her baby.
Yes.
This is her child.
They knew what they was doing.
And you only called her for 2 questions. We didn't know that Carmelo Anthony is a hero. We don't know that even Carmelo Anthony, as with a history of seizures, jumped in and saved a little boy from drowning. We don't know that he has.
And that's a shame, y'all. They ain't even talk about that. Like, man, they did this boy so wrong in all angles. I don't care what nobody say. Say what you want, feel how you feel. But they did this boy wrong. They didn't even prep his mother, like Sean said, of what to say when she got on that on the stand and testify for her son, to say things about her son. Besides just reading a letter, she should have been prepped, but she was not. This defense attorney did a poor ass job, and I want to play a video, y'all, what he said, but I don't have time today.
This condition, we don't know how good of a son, good of a student, an athlete, a friend, because the defense failed to humanize him.
Yes, not even saying how good he was in the community. You know, did he do good things in the community for people? Didn't give the boy a chance his mother to say anything, like nothing. Nothing was good said about this kid at all. I don't care what nobody say. Nothing good was said about this kid. This kid did not stand a chance.
When they had the opportunity to humanize him.
Right.
Yes, Buttercup,
Wow.
absolutely.
Okay, so I know that I posted the article from TMZ that his legal team is going to file an appeal.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like he did not have a good defense. It sounds like there was a
At
lot
all.
of evidence that would exculpatory evidence.
Mhm.
This lawyer is like a damn doctor, y'all. Knowing you sick from one thing, but treating you for another one, letting you die. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just using this as an example.
That would have cleared him, that was left out of the trial.
Mhm.
You talked about how expert witnesses for the defense that would have talked about use of force were not allowed to testify by the judge. So this article here is from June 10th, 2026. Carmelo Anthony, I'm not done fighting yet, appeals 35-year sentence. People can check out this article. We posted it at the African History Network, our Facebook fan page. So what are your thoughts on filing an appeal? What is the likelihood that he will receive a new trial?
So the likelihood, he has a great likelihood. And I'm gonna draw the attention to, I want people to go and look at the Defiant Lawyer. He's on YouTube. He's a lawyer in Texas.
He's good. He's good.
He broke down the importance of two things. One, we know that the jury selection alone is going to be a qualifying reason for the Court of Appeals to take even more notice of the whole circumstance. But he pointed out a very important tool that we all have, and that's our right to vote. Right now, the Texas Fifth Court of Appeals that is going to hear Carmelo's appeal is currently 7-6 conservative. One. 3 are on the ballot. 3 amazing qualified Democrats are on the ballot for these open seats. So imagine, because it's not going to be heard prior to the election, because it's a whole, it's the evidentiary. You got to get everything. It's a lot that goes into it. And then they'll give you the briefing schedule. You'll get a briefing schedule to know when the briefs are due and all those things. But if we vote for the 3 Democrats that are up for these seats, we have an opportunity to make the majority Democrats and the minority the conservative. So you open up the opportunity for not only a ballot Batson, amongst other things, but now you have the ability to have the eye and the ears of individuals that are similarly situated as Democrats that think more by the law and less by their party.
Right. Exactly. In voting matter, go ahead, finish that point.
That's a great point that the Defiant Lawyer made, and luckily I went to school with his daughter, so I know he the real deal. But the way that he broke that down, I said, oh, so we got more than one shot. We got a powerful tool, and that's our right to vote. And if we show up like we showed up in these previous elections that have literally went in our direction, we can do the same in Dallas County, which is a minority. Over 62% of Dallas County is minority.
Okay, over 62% of Dallas County is minority. Okay. Yeah, so this is a deep case. I'm glad you're able to come on and give your expert legal analysis of this. And keep in mind, Attorney Thelma Anderson was actually in the courtroom each day of the trial. So what she's breaking down, this is not what she read on social media. Okay, she's actually there. The Defiant Lawyer is really good. Also, attorney Monique Presley,
Yeah.
that's also on Roland Martin Unfiltered. She did a video and she talked about the importance of voting, how all these people involved, that the prosecuting attorney, different things like that, the judge, all that, all the result of elections. Okay. And this is something that I can't stress enough. Local elections. People focus on president so much, and the president is important, but your local elections, your local prosecutor, your local judges, different things of that nature, your governor, your state legislature, all that is extremely important. Before we get out of here, give people your social media, talk about your business quickly, and let people know who should contact you for business purposes.
Okay. Before I go into that, I just want to give people some, because people think that their vote doesn't matter. We just had an election in Dallas County, and it was the district attorney's race. I was heavily invested in that race because I used to work at that office, and I saw how they empowered white prosecutors to go in and really screw minorities. I saw it firsthand, and I said, not on my watch. A qualified judge who they targeted because she was fair, and I worked in her court. She ran for district attorney against a black man who he has been bought and paid for by the system. He's no longer for us or for the people. He's for the system. And when you have someone that is for the system, that corrupts the system and that forces injustice to be in the masses, and I saw it with my own eyes. He had over $400,000 in donations to campaign against her. They were afraid of her because they don't get to control her. And by the time she only raised $20,000, and guess how many votes she beat him by? 19,000.
Wow.
That shows your vote matters. Your vote would count, even because she went back to the grassroots of it all. She got the people got to know her. He failed to get to know the people, and guess what? The people said, "You're fired. You're hired." So if that tells you anything about your vote in the local elections, because the chief prosecutor is important, because they set the tone for what happened to Carmelo Anthony. Now, going into how individuals can follow me, my social media is the Public Opinion Court on all platforms. YouTube, you have IG, Facebook, TikTok, all other platforms, Threads, everything.
The Public Opinion Court.
Yes, the Public
Opinion Court.
And that is a platform where I report on major topics that not only affect minorities, but affect all of us. It's not just a one platform race related, but it's for all of us. But am I taking a special look into us more? Absolutely, because we know what the media is doing to us.
Right. So just like on Roland Martin Unfiltered, we center on Black people.
Yes.
So here, say Black people.
Black people.
Okay, we can say Black people. We can say African American. We focus on us.
Us colored.
Yeah, we're not MS now. We're not MS now. They talk about people of color. No, we're talking about Black people. And we're talking about African people. Okay, go ahead.
And understand, like, if there's a story that y'all want me to focus on, DM me. I do that all the time. I check, and if it's a story that I can cover, I push it out. No, it costs nothing to spread, because we know we are against heavy conglomerates when it comes to the media right now, and they're trying to minimize Black voices. Outside of my platforms, the BYOB firm is my business consulting firm where I help entrepreneurs properly form and protect their business, intellectual property, inventions, crisis management. Like, if you got a crisis, we will fix it. We know how to fix it.
Okay.
So you can go to the BYOB firm. That's where you get to book your consultation, look at the services that we offer. And we're also getting ready to launch our program that we teach you how to do it yourself. because we hear it
Oh.
all the time. We're tired of y'all getting the information getting pushed down. We're giving it straight to you so you can save money, and especially in this economy. It's time out. We want y'all to
Right.
have over and above, and the only way we can do that is we can teach you and show you exactly what you need to do, and you go out and you build the company that you desire. So that's how they can
Okay.
reach me for social and business.
Okay, now did you give your business website?
Yes, it's the BYOB firm.
BYOB Farm.
Yes.
Okay, that's the website.
Yes, that's the website.
.com.
.com. Yes, the BYOB firm.
Yeah.
.com.
Okay. And BYOB means build your own
Build
business.
your own business.
Okay, just
Listen, you see, because I know some people was like, girl, what you was over there drinking? I was drinking
right.
something. I ain't gonna tell you what, but it burst this.
So y'all, I love how they did this. I love everything she said. That boy did not stand a chance at all. We all know that. We all know that he did not stand a chance at all. But I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all, everybody that did time in. I appreciate you so much. And I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And I thank you all for all your comments and everything. So y'all have a blessed day. It is pouring down rain here, honey. Oh my God, lightning and everything. So I'm going to get up off of here. And I appreciate everyone for timing in. If you came in late, you can go back and watch the replay, and I will appreciate it. Thank you and have a great day.